Chapter 3502 100 Million Origin Essence Stones. Oh Yang family head, have you forgotten how many Origin Essence Stones I spent on this burning karma fruit? Ningqi smiled. Of course, I remember. However, little brother is so young, yet you're already so wealthy. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Little brother shouldn't care about these few Origin Essence Stones, right? Ouyang family head smiled. Oh. Ningqi nodded. You're planning to rob me. That's right. Little brother's comprehension is excellent. You've understood Ouyang family head and us so quickly. How about this? Take out the burning karma fruit and give us 100 million Origin Essence Stones each. We'll consider you as a friend. If there's any trouble in the future, just come and find us when you're in this world. An old man in a Taoist robe smiled. He exuded the aura of an early-stage Fate realm expert. His cultivation was similar to Ouyang family head and the other Fate realm experts. The burning karma fruit is here. Come and get it. Ningqi took out the burning karma fruit with a smile and pinched it between his fingers. He looked at the old man in a Taoist robe with a faint smile. The old man in a Taoist robe was slightly stunned. The other party's reaction was somewhat unexpected. Shouldn't a normal person be extremely afraid and either run away or compromise? Taoist Qingyang, go and get the burning karma fruit. This kid is just in the karma realm. He's just deliberately mystifying, said a Fate State warrior with a smile. He sized up Ningqi for a long time and was 100% sure that Ningqi was just a great perfection causal effect realm cultivator, not a Fate realm expert. Therefore, even if he had some trump cards, it was impossible for him to beat so many Fate realm experts. Ouyang family head nodded slowly. Go. All right. Taoist Qingyang's eyes flashed with a sinister smile as he stepped towards Ningqi. Let me see what you've got. Bang. Ningqi slowly withdrew his fist. Taoist Qingyang looked at him in disbelief. The next moment, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Was this scene real or fake? A dignified, early-stage Fate realm cultivator was defeated with a single punch? He didn't even have time to use other means. This kid's body is strange. Ouyang family head revealed a solemn expression. No wonder he's not afraid to face us. He's a body refinement cultivator. His body strength is comparable to a Fate realm expert. Body refinement cultivator. They glanced at each other, and one of them suddenly shouted, Let's use our techniques to suppress him. He's just a mere mortal body. Do you think he can break through our techniques? Exactly. In a few seconds, several Fate State warriors launched destructive spells at Ningqi, as if it were the end of the world. Bang! Poof! Poof! All the Fate State warriors, including the master of the Ouyang family, fell to the ground and vomited blood. They looked at Ningqi in shock. Ningqi slowly withdrew his fist and said with a faint smile, Is that all you've got? That's impossible. How could a mere physical strength be so strong? Ouyang family had exclaimed. Have you ever heard of 1 man can defeat 10 men? Ningqi laughed out loud. Now hand over all your property. They were originally sheep being hunted, but in a flash they had become hunters. The Ouyang family head and the others couldn't adapt to this feeling of defeat. They looked at each other and didn't choose to surrender. Instead, they joined forces to attack Ningqi. They didn't believe that a mere karma realm cultivator like Ningqi could contend with a group of Fate State warriors like them. Bang! 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 Without any fancy moves, Ningqi simply threw out 4 punches in a row. Each punch accurately broke through the opponent's attack and landed directly on their chests. For pillars of blood shot into the sky. The faces of the Ouyang family head and the other 3 were dyed red with their own blood. The terrifying strength directly penetrated their chests. Their bones, flesh, and hearts seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind 4 large holes. Who are you? After the Ouyang family head fell to the ground, He only said this one sentence before his head drooped down. There was no sign of life in his body, but even when he died, he still stood in place. As for the other three, their cultivation bases were slightly weaker, and they fell to the ground like dogs. They didn't even have time to say anything before they died. Ning Qi glanced at the 4 corpses and took out 4 interspatial rings from the corpses, which contained the items they had bought this time and the profound stones. The total value of the 4 people was more than 1 billion. No wonder these cultivators like to rob and kill. This way, the rate at which they can earn money is much faster. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Not long after he left, another figure broke through the air and arrived. This figure was shrouded in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. He saw the 4 corpses of the Ouyang family head at first glance, and his figure suddenly stopped. The 4 of them. The black-robed man looked around hesitantly, then scanned the area with his divine will. Taoist Qingyang's aura. It seems that the 5 of them are all dead. That kid has such means. 5 Fate realm experts working together. But not only were they unable to stop him, they even killed themselves. Throw in your life? After hesitating for a few breaths, the black-robed man reached out and put away the 4 corpses. Then he did not continue to pursue Ning Qi. Instead, he turned around and flew toward the Phoenix Pavilion, 5th district of the Dark Council. Before Ning Qi entered the city, he brought the Chao Yin Pavilion Master and the others out of the top-notch cultivation training ground. However, Wang Shui and Lin Mei remained inside. They had never been to the forsaken land of gods, so they did not have the aura of the dark cultivators on them. Appearing in this place would easily attract unnecessary trouble. Where is this? The Chao Yin Pavilion Master looked around and then looked at Ning Qi with some anticipation. Shi and Dong Yin already knew Ning Qi's identity, but Wan Wen and the others were looking at Ning Qi in shock. They did not know that Ning Qi was the special envoy with the purple light mask. Elder Ning, why are you here? He Ling said in surprise. Dashi Noah also looked at Ning Qi with his mouth agape, unable to say a word for a long time. Elder Ning is the special envoy, Dong Yen said. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Elder Ning is the special envoy? They were inexplicably shocked. When Ning Qi left, he was only a Dao querying realm cultivator. How did he suddenly become a Fate realm existence? He defeated the special envoy? This is the 5th district of the Dark Council. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 3503. After a moment of shock, everyone came to a realization. Everyone, including the pavilion master of Chao Yin Pavilion, finally understood why Ning Qi was able to advance to the Karma realm. The cultivators who left the forsaken land of the gods were marked with some sort of mark. If they triggered the tribulation lightning, they would definitely be suppressed by the Holy Council. However, they knew that dark cultivators did not need the Holy Council's approval to advance. Instead, they had to go through another existence similar to the Holy Council. The Dark Council. This is no longer the forsaken land of the gods, but the aura of the forsaken land of the gods still remains on your bodies. Therefore, the Dark Council is the most suitable place for you. Ning Qi smiled. He paused for a moment. If anyone is unwilling to become a dark cultivator, you can speak now. I will send them out in a moment. Everyone exchanged glances. No one said anything. In their situation, being able to join the Dark Council was already the best outcome. No one would be unwilling to become a dark cultivator. It seems like you all agree. Then, I will bring you to Lord True Spirit. This place is under his jurisdiction. Ning Qi smiled. Not long after, the pavilion master of Chao Yin Pavilion and the others followed Ning Qi into the city. Ning Qi was an influential figure in the 5th district, so his appearance immediately attracted the attention of various forces, especially the Nangong family. Nangong Yuanqing's wife sat expressionlessly at the head of the table. The rest of the elders of the Nangong family sat on either side. In the middle of the group, a cultivator half knelt on the ground. That brat really came back? Nangong Yuanqing's wife said calmly, "Madam, this lowly one saw it with his own eyes. There are many unfamiliar cultivators who came with him to the 5th district. Judging from their auras, they don't seem to be dark cultivators. They are currently following that person to the Parliament building. They are most likely requesting to meet Lord True Spirit." The cultivator, who was half kneeling on the ground, said with a respectful expression, "There has been no news of my husband for more than 100 years. This brat definitely knows where he is. Continue to keep an eye on him. When he leaves the Parliament building, invite him to our Nangong family." "Yes, madam." The Parliament building. Normal cultivators had to get permission to enter, let alone bring a stranger in. However, as soon as the cultivators guarding the gate saw Ning Qi, they let him in without any hesitation. They didn't even ask about the origins of the Chao Yin Pavilion's master and the others. There was no way any cultivator would be able to cause trouble in the council building. Since the Chao Yin Pavilion master and the others were brought here by Ning Qi, they were naturally trustworthy. Even if something went wrong, Ning Qi would be the one to take responsibility. It had nothing to do with them. Who asked Ning Qi to be in the limelight more than 100 years ago? Before Ning Qi could see the true spirit, he ran into Jiao Kuan. Jiao Kuan was startled when he saw the Chao Yin Pavilion master and the others. "Little brother Ning, they are?" Jiao Kuan smiled. "Senior Jiao Kuan, they came from the forsaken land of the gods. I plan to bring them to meet Lord True Spirit and settle them down in the 5th region." Ning Qi smiled. "Forsaken land of the gods?" Jiao Kuan was stunned. He said with some surprise, "You actually managed to leave the forsaken land of the gods? What kind of method did you use?" As soon as his voice fell, Jiao Kuan seemed to react. "Forget it. This method must be a secret, so I won't ask about it. Little brother Ning, unfortunately, Lord True Spirit has gone to the headquarters, so you won't be able to see him for the time being." "I'll do it." "Lord True Spirit isn't here?" Ning Qi frowned, then smiled. "Thank you, Senior Jiao Kuan. There's no need to be so polite." Jiao Kuan smiled. The next day, after Jiao Kuan's arrangement, the Chao Yin Pavilion master and the others were sent to various training camps. This was the rule of becoming a dark cultivator that could not be broken, not even with Ning Qi's guarantee. However, Ning Qi had personally escorted them to the training camps, so the leaders of the training camps knew that the Chao Yin Pavilion master and the others were close to Ning Qi. If anything were to happen, the Chao Yin Pavilion master and the others would probably lend a hand. After sending off the last person, Ning Qi turned around and headed to Jiao Kuan's cave. Since the true spirit wasn't here, he could only ask Jiao Kuan how to obtain the qualification to advance from the karma state to the fate state. "Brother Ning, our master's wife would like to see you." When he was about to reach Jiao Kuan's cave, several cultivators appeared out of nowhere and blocked Ning Qi's path. They looked at Ning Qi cautiously. "Who is your master's wife?" Ning Qi asked calmly. As he spoke, he glanced at the group's attributes. Before they could speak, he smiled and said, "Oh, the Nangong family. The master's wife must be Nangong Yuanqing's cultivation partner." "That's right," they answered while looking at Ning Qi. Before they knew it, their palms were covered in cold sweat. "Go back and tell your master's wife that I'll go to the Nangong family, but not now. She must want to know where Nangong Yuanqing is, right? If she really wants to know, she can come and find me in person." Ning Qi smiled. "But there's no buts." Ning Qi smiled and walked past them, heading toward Jiao Kuan's cave. As for the other cultivators, they exchanged looks but didn't dare to stop him. "Senior Jiao Kuan, sorry to bother you again." Ning Qi cupped his hands at Jiao Kuan with a smile. Jiao Kuan was wearing a loose robe and his expression was much gentler than when he was outside. Perhaps it was because he was in the cave, but he was more relaxed. Don't be so polite. May I know why you're here today, Brother Ning? Jiuquan smiled. A few Daoist children served tea to the two of them in a practiced manner before retreating to the side and standing there. Lord True Spirit gave me a burning karma fruit some time ago, and I received 2 more later. I think it should be enough to cleanse my karma. So, I want to know how I can become qualified to advance to the fate state. Ning Qi smiled. He felt that it was the right time to ask Jiuquan about this. Jiuquan was at the fate state, so he must know how he was qualified. You've collected 3 burning karma fruits so quickly. Jiuquan looked at Ning Qi in surprise. He then nodded. Indeed, with your ability in stone gambling, the burning karma fruit won't be a problem for you. An ordinary cultivator at the karma state wouldn't be able to collect 3 burning karma fruits without spending thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, Ning Qi was an exception. Jiuquan knew that Ning Qi was very good at stone gambling, which meant that his wealth couldn't be measured by ordinary karma. In the Shenluo world, as long as one could afford it, it wasn't too difficult to find something like the burning karma fruit. Since you've collected all the burning karma fruits, you're indeed qualified to advance to the fate state. However, you'll need some battle merits before the Parliament will send down the thunder tribulation for you. Jiuquan said, Battle merits? Ning Qi was stunned. Chapter 3504. Ning Qi had long heard of the War of the 10,000 Races, but he didn't have the chance to ask about it in detail. Since Jiuquan had mentioned it, and it concerned whether he could qualify for promotion, Ning Qi asked Senior Jiuquan, What's the War of the 10,000 Races? What's going on? Which side should we fight? Jiuquan looked at Ning Qi strangely, as though he found it strange that Ning Qi didn't understand the War of the 10,000 Races. However, he didn't ask much and replied, Every 10,000 years, the Shenluo world will start the War of the 10,000 Races. This is tacitly allowed by the Holy Meeting. This War of the 10,000 Races may last for hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. When the war ends, the forces in the Shenluo world will experience a reshuffle. Some powerful sects will withdraw from the stage, while some unknown sects will become famous overnight. In the previous War of the 10,000 Races, 9 of the 13 great emperor clans of the human race were annihilated, leaving only 4. These 4 were originally the weakest among them, but due to opportunities, they became the rulers of the human race. There's such a thing. Ning Qi was stunned. Jiuquan seemed to be talking about a secret. He had never heard anyone mention it before. So, there were 13 great emperor families of the human race? The human race must have been extremely prosperous back then. Although our dark meeting can't see the light, there are also sects and forces that we support in the dark. Some forces even belong to a certain counselor. However, these forces may not know that most of them are ordinary cultivators who advance through the holy meeting. If you want to advance to the destiny state, you have to go to these forces and fight for them. You will only be allowed to advance to the destiny state after obtaining a certain amount of battle merits. Jiuquan continued. However, you have to go to the headquarters to apply for this. How about this? I have nothing to do, so I'll take you there. What do you think? Jiuquan smiled. Senior Jiuquan, can you wait for a while? Ning Qi thought for a moment, cupped his hands, and smiled. Are you worried about the group of cultivators you brought? The corners of Jiuquan's mouth curled up, and he nodded with a smile. It's fine. We cultivators may not have much, but we have the most time. Once they graduate and become qualified dark cultivators, you should be able to relax, right? Huh. Ning Qi smiled and scratched his head. In the following period of time, Ning Qi would often wander around the meat training camps. Seeing this, the bosses of the training camps immediately understood what Ning Qi was up to. They would more or less take care of the Chow Yin Pavilion Master and the others. I'll let them die in the flesh camp. One day, Ning Chi had just walked out of the cave when he bumped into a beautiful, middle-aged woman. She looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. "You're Nangong Yuanqing's cultivation partner." Ning Chi smiled. He had already guessed the other party's origins. "Where is he?" The middle-aged beauty said in a deep voice, "He's already dead." Ning Chi smiled and said, "More than 100 years have passed, and you haven't seen him come back yet. You must have guessed this result long ago, right?" "How is that possible? He's at the fate state. How could you kill him?" The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and glared at Ning Chi. "That's the truth. I can't do anything about it. By the way, since your Nangong family made a move against me, you should have been prepared for my retaliation, right? In the future, don't let me see any of your clan's cultivators in the outside world. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one I see without mercy." Ning Chi smiled. "You violated the rules of the dark cultivators." The middle-aged beauty said coldly, "Remember, the Nangong family broke the rules first." Ning Chi's voice was cold. In that instant, the beautiful middle-aged woman felt as if she could see an ancient beast opening its bloody maw towards her. A terrifying aura rushed towards her, but this feeling only lasted for a breath of time before everything returned to normal. Ning Chi was still the same Ning Chi, but he was still Ning Chi. She was covered in cold sweat. The middle-aged beauty was a karma state cultivator, but she felt as if she were facing a being that had surpassed the fate state. Even when Nangong Yuanqing was angry, he had never given her such pressure. She finally believed that Nangong Yuanqing might have died at Ning Chi's hands. If there's nothing else, please step aside. With your status, it will be detrimental to the Nangong family's reputation if people misunderstand our relationship." Ning Chi smiled. The middle-aged beauty was stunned. Then she gritted her teeth and asked, What do you think of me?" As long as you let bygones be bygones and help the Nangong family stabilize the situation, I will be yours." The middle-aged beauty said in a low voice. Ning Chi was surprised. Then he shook his head with a smile. "You're quite something, but your honey trap won't work on me." Then he left without paying any more attention to the middle-aged beauty. The Nangong family has lost a fate state cultivator, and now they've offended this guy. The middle-aged woman stared at Ning Chi's departing silhouette with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had no idea what the Nangong clan was planning to do next. As usual, Ning Chi wandered around the entrance of the flesh and blood training camp. Just as he was about to leave, he saw 2 cultivators flying through the air and directly said to Ning Chi, "Brother Ning, Senior Jiu Kuan wants to see you." "Oh, take me there." Ning Chi was surprised. Soon, Ning Chi met Jiu Kuan again. This time, Jiu Kuan wasn't wearing the robes he usually wore at home. Instead, he was wearing the outfit he had worn to the headquarters. "Little brother Ning, Lord True Spirit sent me a message to take you to the headquarters immediately after learning that you've returned. Please pack your things and come with me today." Jiu Kuan smiled. "Lord True Spirit summoned you? What is it about?" Ning Chi's eyes flickered. "It shouldn't be a bad thing." Jiu Kuan smiled. "I don't know the specifics. You'll know when you get to the headquarters." "All right, let's go now." Ning Chi nodded. Not long after, Ning Chi once again sat on Jiu Kuan's ferry boat and left the 5th district. He entered the flowing watertime passage and rushed back to the headquarters. There was no day or night here, and there was a special force that affected every cultivator's perception of time. Ning Chi didn't know how much time had passed. One day, the ferry boat passed through a door of light and arrived at the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness. A terrifying shockwave surged around Ning Chi, but he was unharmed. This time he didn't bother hiding and stood calmly on the ferry boat. Chapter 3505. It was Wu Xiang, the executioner from the 8th district. Ning Qi recognized him as soon as he saw his face. There were many people with strange appearances in the Covenant of Darkness, but Wu Xiang was the only one Ning Qi had seen who had no face. What a coincidence! Ning Qi smiled. This is Jiao Kuen's ferry boat. What is he doing here at the headquarters? Wu Xiang said faintly. Why can't I come if you can? Jiao Kuen walked out of the cabin and looked at Wu Xiang indifferently. He glanced at the karma state cultivators behind him with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. He had already guessed why Wu Xiang had come to the headquarters. You only brought this person. It seems that you've also received the notice from the district secretaries. You're here for that matter, right? Wu Xiang said, I think that the 8th district shouldn't participate in this matter. The karma state cultivators you've brought aren't qualified or strong enough. They'll die if they go. Jiao Kuen smiled faintly. Ning Qi's eyes twitched. It seemed that Jiao Kuen more or less knew why Immortal Spirit had called him to the headquarters. The karma state cultivators behind Wu Xiang were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear. They knew that Ning Qi had been in the limelight at the last promotion ceremony. After the heavenly tribulation, he had broken through several small realms and reached the great completion of the karma state. His combat strength was extremely strong, and his cultivation was profound. Haha, that may not be the case. Wu Xiang smiled faintly and wasn't angry. If we do this well, we can get 5 places to advance to the fate state. No matter how strong your 5th district is, he's the only one. Perhaps all 5 places will belong to our 5th district? Jiao Kuen smiled and didn't want to talk nonsense with Wu Xiang anymore. He put away the ferry boat and flew to the headquarters with Ning Qi. Ning Qi stopped and looked at Wu Xiang. Senior Wu Xiang, there's something I don't know if I should ask. Jiao Kuen also stopped and looked at Ning Qi with slight curiosity. Wu Xiang seemed to be startled and then said faintly, Go ahead. Senior, if you change your clothes, how will others recognize you? Ning Qi smiled. Wu Xiang was silent for a few breaths of time before he understood the meaning of Ning Qi's words. His body suddenly emitted a terrifying killing intent. Jiao Kuen was the first to react. His aura enveloped Ning Qi, preventing Wu Xiang from suddenly killing him. Very good. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're talented. I'm at the fate state, after all. You can't slander me like this. Wu Xiang looked at Ning Qi and said coldly, With unparalleled talent, he can indeed do whatever he wants. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Wu Xiang was speechless. He thought about it and realized that Ning Qi was right. 100 years ago, he had been at the peak of the Tao querying state. Now he was at the peak of the karma state. He wasn't far from the fate state either. He followed Jiao Kuen to the headquarters. As long as he could get a place in the 5th zone, he didn't even need to think about it. That place would definitely fall into Ning Qi's hands. After all, Ning Qi's performance back then was simply too stunning. Also, Ning Qi had many backers in the headquarters. Commander Bloodtear and Commander Yinzhen were all Ning Qi's backers. Wu Xiang suddenly realized that even though his realm and status were higher than Ning Qi's, he really couldn't do anything to Ning Qi. Ha ha ha! Is Brother Ning here? While Wu Xiang was thinking about how to give himself a way out, he heard a loud laugh. Wu Xiang's face almost turned green when he heard that voice. A figure appeared in front of everyone before the laughter died down. Jiao Kuen and the others hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Commander Bloodtear. Dispense with the formalities. Bloodtear waved his hand and grabbed Ning Qi's arm intimately. Brother Ning, let's go. I've bought a lot of heavenly stones recently, but I can't see them clearly. Help me take a look. But Ning Qi looked at Jiao Kuen. Jiao Kuen smiled bitterly. Commander Bloodtear, Lord True Spirit, specially asked me to bring Brother Ning to the headquarters for that matter. What matter? It's just a small mission to the central ninth hub, dark underworld. I won't leave so early, but I'll definitely make it in time. I'll take Brother Ning with me." Blood Tear glared at Jiuquan and pulled him away without waiting for Ning Qi to speak. "Jiuquan, this kid is really lucky to have such a relationship with Commander Blood Tear. He can do whatever he wants in the headquarters." Wu Xiang said in a strange tone, "Are you envious?" Jiuquan smiled and turned to leave. After a while, a crisp sound suddenly erupted from Wu Xiang's fist, and he said in a cold tone, "All of you, come with me. This time, if you can't bring back at least one quota for the 8th district from the dark underworld, I will break all your bones." The group of Karma Realm cultivators that Wu Xiang brought felt somewhat innocent. He was obviously using them as punching bags. "Commander Bloodtear, I think I should finish my business first before helping you take a look at those heavenly stones." Ning Qi smiled bitterly. "I don't know how long it will take for you to return from dark underworld this time. It's possible that you won't be able to return, so you have to help me take a look at the heavenly stones first. Otherwise, who will I look for if you can't return?" The Blood Tear commander smiled. "How could you speak like that? What do you mean by going to return?" Ning Qi couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, Blood Tear seemed to know what he was going to face very well, so Ning Qi naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. "Commander Blood Tear, you just said that I'm going to dark underworld. I wonder what the headquarters has arranged, and what do I have to do there?" Ning Qi asked. The corners of Blood Tear's mouth rose slightly. "You'll only know on the day you go, but since you asked me, I'll tell you first." Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. It seemed like the Blood Tear commander's request for him to take a look at the heavenly source stone was also a hint of information. If the Blood Tear commander hadn't told him the purpose of the Heavenly Wolf representative's assessment in the greedy wolf world, he might not have been able to complete it. Mission Chapter 3506 Ancient Tomb? Death if I get close? There was a flash of shock in Ning Qi's eyes. The Secretary General was already at the peak of Step 5 and was the closest to Step 6, but that ancient tomb could even suck the primordial spirit of such an existence dry. Just what was buried inside? According to various clues, some people suspect that a great emperor is buried in the ancient tomb. However, this is only a suspicion. Before there are definite clues, the counselors will not take action, and the great emperors of the other forces will not go to the dark underworld. Your mission is to break the restrictive spell in front of the ancient tomb and obtain more clues about the ancient tomb to determine if we need the councilman's help. The Blood Tear commander smiled. Ning Qi nodded slightly, but he was puzzled. Why won't the essence soul be sucked dry in the karma realm? Perhaps it's because of karma. No matter how I think about it, that's the only possible reason. Perhaps the existence who set up the restrictive spell didn't want to harm low-level cultivators, so the restrictive spell was able to automatically determine whether or not one has karma. The Blood Tear commander smiled. Pausing for a moment, he continued that ancient tomb is very big and its range is very wide. Some places have weaker restrictive spells than others. These places have already been occupied by karma realm cultivators from other forces. When the time comes, who among you can break the restrictive spells first? If you find any clues, you'll be rewarded by the councilman and qualified to advance to the fate state. Commander Blood Tear, I have to thank you again. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The task didn't sound too difficult, but Ning Qi wasn't sure if he could successfully complete it. This was an ancient tomb that could even kill an existence at the peak of Step 5. If he broke its restrictive spell, who knew what would happen? He just had to take a step and see. One step. When they arrived at the Blood Tear commander's cave abode, he took out more than 100 heavenly origin stones and showed them to Ning Qi. Every heavenly origin stone was of good quality, but there were a few that were strange and couldn't be identified. How many origin essence stones did you spend? Ning Qi activated his Heaven's Origin Eye and scanned the Heavenly Origin Stone before him before smiling at the Blood Tier Commander. About 80 million. Without you, I wouldn't dare to buy the expensive Heavenly Origin Stones. The Blood Tier Commander smiled. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Blood Tier Commander, he divided the hundreds of Heavenly Source Stones in front of him into 2 batches. This side can be cut open, and the other side can be sold for 80 million. The Blood Tier Commander's eyes lit up. He already knew what to do. At lunchtime, Commander Yin Jun received the news and rushed over. However, just after lunch, Jiao Kuan bit the bullet and came to ask for Lin Huang. 2 commanders, there is no other way. Lord True Spirit wants Brother Ning to go see him now. Jiao Kuan cupped his hands and smiled awkwardly. Commander Xue Sob and Commander Yin Jin glanced at each other and smiled. It's fine, we'll wait here for little Brother Ning to return from his mission. The headquarters of the Dark Council. It was the same conference room as last time. The person sitting at the head of the table was still the Secretary General. The secretaries of each district consciously sat at the long oval table and looked at the Secretary General respectfully. Behind the representatives of each district stood 4th step experts, like Jokin. Behind them stood Karma Realm cultivators like Ning Qi. This is the situation in the Dark Nether Realm. If there's anything else you don't understand, you can ask now. The Secretary General glanced around and said slowly, Secretary General, if this ancient tomb is really the tomb of the Great Emperor, I think we should prepare as soon as possible. If we can seize it, it will be of great help to the Dark Council. I suggest you contact a representative and inform him of the pros and cons here. True Spirit said. The secretaries of each district nodded slowly. While they were discussing, Ning Qi was also looking at these secretaries. Last time, he only saw people like Wu Xiang. Apart from the projection of some secretaries in True Spirit's office, this was the first time he saw them in reality. There were so many secretaries of each district, and there were hundreds of them. It was as if all the secretaries of the 100 districts of the Dark Council were here. 100 undead realm cultivators gathered together. An invisible pressure they exuded made many Karma Realm cultivators and even Fate Realm cultivators like Jiao Kuan find it difficult to breathe. In fact, there were even 7 or 8 of them who were emanating auras that were far stronger than the rest. It was very likely that they had already reached Sempiternal Realm, just a step away from reaching Imperishable Realm, just like the Secretary General. Every strand of the Secretary's hair is a snake, a bit like the Titan clan, but also a bit like the Medusa clan. Also, this Secretary seems to be made of fire elements and doesn't have a physical body. He's also a strange race. From that, Ning Qi quietly looked at the 7 or 8 existences that he suspected to be at the immortal realm and sighed in his heart. The strength of the Dark Parliament was indeed much stronger than the ancient Star Pavilion. It was an alliance formed by countless forces. If one of them was compared to the ancient Star System Pavilion, the latter was much stronger. Zhan Ling's suggestion seemed to have gained the approval of the Secretary General. In the middle of the meeting, the Secretary General stood up and left. He only returned after 2 hours. I've already asked Councilman Flowing Water. He told us to act according to our original plan. If that ancient tomb is really the tomb of the Great Emperor, Councilman Flowing Water will act personally. But if the Holy Assembly is also interested in this tomb, we, the Dark Assembly, will do it. Maybe they will just give up. The Secretary General said, Councilman Flowing Water? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He remembered that Sun Shu had said that there was an emperor of the Sea Clan in the Dark Parliament called the Great Emperor Flowing Water. The Flowing Water Time passage was something he had used. The Councilman Flowing Water, mentioned by the Secretary General, was obviously him. So, when the time comes, listen to my orders. If I tell you to give up, you must not have the slightest bit of greed. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The Secretary General looked at Ning Chi and the other Karma Realm cultivators. Hundreds of people nodded at almost the same time. As you command. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, we will set off for the dark underworld. After the Secretary General finished speaking, he got up and left. Seeing this, the secretaries of each district also got up and left. Soon, there were only a dozen secretaries left in the conference room. They sat together in 2s and 3s and chatted. Zhanling, he's the only one from the 5th district? A skinny old man looked at Ning Chi with a smile and a flash of light in his eyes. Behind him stood Wu Xiang and the Karma Realm cultivators he had brought. This old man was obviously the 8th district secretary. His aura was no weaker than Zhanling's. Chapter 3507. Junior Ning Chi from the 5th district greets Senior Blood Ghost. Ning Chi respectfully saluted. Good, no need for formalities. I heard about your advancement ceremony last time. Your foundation is deep and you reach the peak of the Karma Realm. If you do this mission well and obtain the qualification to reach the Fate Realm, I think it won't take long for you to catch up to us old guys. I remember you only reached the Karma Realm less than 200 years ago, right? Blood Ghost smiled. Senior is too kind. Ning Chi was modest. Too kind? I remember that only you and a few juniors from the 5th district qualified to reach the Karma Realm. Cultivators from the other districts were all defeated. Hee hee. Blood Ghost let out a strange laugh and took a profound look at Ning Chi. He nodded at True Spirit and then left with Wu Xiang and the others. When he arrived at the door of the conference room, he suddenly stopped and looked at Ning Chi. This time, I can't let you guys reach the 5th district again. I'm the one who said that Chu is the most outstanding. After he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and left. True Spirit, I think Blood Ghost is going against you guys. Tell your junior to be careful when you go to the dark underworld. Blood Ghost's hands aren't that clean. A secretary from an unknown district chuckled and left with his men. You don't have to be afraid. With me watching, even if Blood Ghost does anything, he won't be able to do it himself. You just have to be careful of the Karma Realm cultivators sent by the 8th district. True Spirit smiled and paused for a moment. Jiu Kuan told me that you've already gathered 3 burning karma fruits and only need 1 spot to advance. Yes, Ning Chi nodded. That's good. If you can make a contribution this time, you won't be able to escape the promotion spot. You've gathered 3 burning karma fruits in less than 100 years. I wasn't wrong about you. However, you'll be heading to the dark underworld in 3 days. I received news that the Ancient Star System Pavilion will also send cultivators there. There might even be core disciples and direct disciples. In order to prevent them from recognizing you, I'll lend you this mask for now. When you come back, remember to return it to me. The depth of his strength. As the True Spirit spoke, she took out a black mask. The mask was very simple and didn't have any extra carvings. Ning Chi took the mask and was shocked. He originally thought that no one in the Dark Parliament would know that he had entered the Ancient Star Pavilion. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like the Dark Parliament had known a long time ago. There were still dark cultivators from the 5th district in the Ancient Star Pavilion. The possibility of the former was not high. One had to be at least in the rebirth state to be able to follow him without being discovered. There were only 3 rebirth state cultivators in the 5th district, and they were all commanders. Why would they follow a karma state cultivator? Therefore, the latter was more likely. No wonder Sun Shu said that 80% or 90% of the dark cultivators had various disguises in the outside world, including the members of the Dark Parliament. A more daring guess was that they were the sect masters of top sects like the Ancient Star Pavilion. The sect leader might even be one of the members of the Dark Parliament. Thank you, Lord True Spirit. Ning Chi took the mask. As soon as he put it on, a special black mist surged out from the mask. From top to bottom, it surrounded Ning Qi. It looked like Ning Qi had turned into a figure shrouded in black mist. Moreover, the black mist carried a special aura. The power of the divine was unable to break through. You're welcome. However, your position in the archaic star pavilion has to be promoted. The higher the position, the safer you will be. Only by becoming an inner disciple will you have the chance to form a natal star and cultivate the archaic star body. Don't underestimate this body tempering technique. In the Shenlua world, there are very few body tempering techniques that are stronger than the archaic star body. There are a few that are on par with it. Have you heard of the demon god Nirvana scripture? It was a body refining technique created by an ancient almighty of the demon clan. This body tempering technique, together with the demon purification gourd, will greatly increase the power of the entire race, directly elevating it from a third-rate race to a first-rate race. The true spirit smiled. Demon god Nirvana scripture. Ning Qi naturally knew about it. When he first obtained the demon purification gourd, Ning Qi had asked the Fire Qilin and the Mountain River Demon Master. The former had inherited memories, while the latter had existed for a long time. They said that he needed the demon god Nirvana scripture to cultivate with the demon purification gourd. The demon god Nirvana body. After 9 nirvanas, his body would be comparable to a 5th-step cultivator. However, he had already cultivated the rank 6 ancient star body. Not only could he use the power of the star giant to refine his body, he could also borrow the power of the demon purification gourd. He would definitely not be weaker than those from the demon clan who used the demon purification gourd to refine their bodies. Lord, True Spirit knows I'm at the ancient star pavilion and knows I'm only an outer sect disciple. But he doesn't know I've already cultivated the ancient star body and formed my life star. Senior Brother Ma can be ruled out, but this dark cultivator is an outer sect disciple. Is this dark cultivator an outer disciple or someone with a higher status? Ning Qi pondered as he clasped his hands at the True Spirit. When I return to the archaic star pavilion, I will be promoted to an inner disciple. Good, very good. The True Spirit smiled and nodded. Although our Dark Parliament is weaker than the Holy Parliament hasn't been able to get rid of us all these years. This is because no matter which sect or family it is, we exist, ha ha ha. 3 days later, the Secretary General once again used the technique that Ning Qi had seen the first time. A world-crossing gate appeared in front of them, and hundreds of Karma Realm cultivators walked through it. As they did, the True Spirit once again sent a message to Ning Qi. You've reached darkness. Remember the information I gave you. Memorize it. Don't give yourself away. And one last thing. Don't trust the dark cultivators from other districts. Yes. Ning Qi nodded and walked into the gate. Dark underworld. In the sky above the desolate black land, a blue door of light suddenly appeared. Many Karma Realm cultivators walked out from it. These cultivators wore different attires and came from different races. The only similarity was their current state. They all looked a bit disheveled and dizzy. It was as if their origin souls had been attacked by the chaotic flow of time and space. It would take a while for them to recover. When Ning Qi appeared, he immediately attracted the gazes of the cultivators before him. This was because Ning Qi was very calm and completely ignored the chaotic flow of time and space. Chapter 3508. A divine night is here. All of you be careful and don't speak carelessly. In a small mountain village, there were over 100 people living there. When the people of all ages saw a figure flying through the sky, the oldest of them, an old man, hurriedly told the others to be careful. Ning Qi slowly landed, and the old man led everyone to respectfully greet him. We greet Sir Divine Knight. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. In the dark underworld, cultivators were called divine knights by the mortals below them. 4th-step cultivators were called true gods, and 5th-step cultivators were called overgods. In the vast dark underworld, there was only one fifth-step cultivator, and he was extremely elusive. Now that he had appeared, he didn't even care about his sect. It was clear that he had made up his mind to protect himself. Rise. Does anyone know where the Heaven Awakening battlefield is? Ningqi smiled. The Heaven Awakening battlefield. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. How could mortals like them know anything about the Heaven Awakening battlefield? However, the oldest old man was slightly startled, as if he was trying his best to remember. Reporting to Sir Divine Knight, this old man has wandered the world before and seems to have heard of the Heaven Awakening battlefield. It seems to be in the northwest, the old man said in a low voice, his tone somewhat uncertain. He had a bit of cultivation, but it was very low, only at the Qi condensation stage. A place like the Heaven Awakening battlefield was a legend to him, and he had never had the chance to actually go there. Okay, I understand. Ningqi nodded and casually threw a pill to the old man before flying through the sky. The pill was a very ordinary Qi gathering pill, but to the old man it was a miraculous pill. He excitedly bowed in the direction Ningqi had left. Ningqi had already put on the mask lent to him by the true spirit. His body was covered in black smoke as he flew through the sky at an extremely fast speed. On the way, he encountered some cultivators, but after sensing Ningqi's aura, they automatically retreated to the side. In the dark underworld, there were not many fourth-step cultivators. After all, at this stage, one could already be called a true god. 7 days later, Ningqi's speed slowly slowed down. He had already arrived at the Heaven Awakening battlefield. At the same time, he saw many cultivators in groups of 3 to 5 surrounding a mound. This is the place. Ningqi stood in the void and sized up the surrounding cultivators. There were more than 10,000 cultivators, and most of them were Karma Realm cultivators. A small portion of them were Heaven's Mandate Realm and Rebirth Realm cultivators. As for fifth-step cultivators, there were none. Among these cultivators, perhaps only 1% of them were natives of the dark underworld. 99% of them should have descended from the divine Luo world. They're here too. Ningqi saw a few familiar faces. The true disciple of the Mizar Palace, Zunyan, who had been in charge of the entrance test, was accompanied by the Dragon Tribe cultivator who had done extremely well. There was also the ninth spirit, whom he had not seen for many years. He had also ascended to the Karma realm. In addition to these three, the other star palaces of the ancient star pavilion had also sent people to the dark underworld. On the Alcade Star Palace's side, Situ Chongkong was the leader. Beside him stood a few core disciples and a dozen Karma realm cultivators. Yi Buhui was also among them. When Ningqi arrived, only a small portion of the crowd looked over. Most of the people's attention was focused on the small mound in front of them. From a distance, it looked like a small mound of dirt, but in reality it covered an area of 100 acres. Occasionally, a hazy blue light would flicker around it. At this moment, countless Karma realm cultivators were attacking the mound from all directions, trying to break through its defenses. Defensive forbidden magic. This is the tomb that Commander Bloodtear mentioned, the one that might contain a great emperor. Ningqi took a few glances at the ancient tomb before flying towards it. He found a direction to attack. There weren't many people there, only a few Karma realm cultivators. This place already has an owner. You should go somewhere else. Several cultivators stopped what they were doing and rushed in front of Ningqi to stop him. From their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the same sect. The fact that Ningqi was able to approach the ancient tomb without dying meant that he was, at most, a karmic realm cultivator. Thus, even though his body was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible for them to see through him, these karmic realm cultivators were not afraid. As far as I know, this is an ownerless land. Even the ancient tomb hasn't been opened yet, and you want to divide it? Isn't that a little too overbearing? Ningqi laughed. Our primal chaos devil sect has always been this domineering. If you're unhappy, you can go find our elders and spar with them." The other party sneered. Ningqi looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a group of cultivators coldly looking at him. The elder leading them seemed to be at the early stage of the rebirth realm, equivalent to a true disciple of the ancient star system pavilion. "Yes, your disciple." "They don't seem to dare to come over, do they?" Ningqi suddenly smiled. "What do you mean?" The cultivators from the primordial chaos demon sect frowned. They seemed to realize that there was a hidden meaning in Ningqi's words. Ningqi smiled and suddenly punched out. The primordious demon sect cultivator closest to him was sent flying and slammed into the restrictive spells around the tomb. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Bang! Another few punches. The primordious demon sect cultivators didn't even have time to react before they were knocked out by Ningqi's powerful force. Ningqi reached out and grabbed them, then threw them in the direction of their elder. "Damn that guy!" The primordious demon sect elder at the early stage of the rebirth realm looked at the disciples who had fainted at his feet, then at Ningqi. If it was anywhere else, he would have already made a move. But he didn't dare to approach the tomb. "Elder Huangfu, it won't be too late to deal with that brat after this matter is resolved," a heaven's mandate realm cultivator whispered. Elder Huangfu's face was as cold as ice. He didn't say a word and flicked a few balls of spirit energy into the foreheads of the Karma realm cultivators. In the next second, they slowly woke up. Elder Huangfu were useless. They knelt down in shame. "You guys aren't a match for that brat. Attack the tomb somewhere else." Elder Huangfu said coldly. Yes. The few of them changed their target dejectedly. Some of the cultivators who came later wanted to go to Ningqi's side, but they immediately changed their target when they saw Ningqi defeat several cultivators at the peak of the Karma realm. "Brat, which sect are you from? Do you dare to tell us your name?" Elder Huangfu looked at Ningqi and shouted, "None of your business. Do you dare to come over?" Ningqi turned to look at Elder Huangfu. Shut up if you don't dare." Ningqi smiled. With that, he ignored the venomous gazes of the primordious demon sect cultivators and carefully examined the restrictive spells in front of him. Chapter 3509. "Zhenling, that kid is quite strong. He was able to defeat a few people of the same rank. Judging from the way he attacked just now, he should specialize in physical strength. His physical strength should be able to resist spells of the same rank. How about it? Are you interested in making a deal? Give this kid to the 9th district. Just tell me what you want." "You're thinking too much." Zhanling smiled and looked at Ningqi kindly. This young man had only been in the 5th division for more than 100 years. He might be able to show off in front of all the secretaries again. How could he let go of such a treasure? The Secretary General sat in the main seat and didn't say anything. He just looked at Ningqi with interest. The dark underworld, the apocalypse battlefield. The Karma state cultivators of the various forces were working hard to break the restrictive spell around the ancient tomb. However, after 7 days and 7 nights, the restrictive spell around the ancient tomb remained motionless. The first layer of the restrictive spell can only be broken by someone at the fate state. It's a pity that someone at the fate state can't get close to it, Zunyan said. The true disciples nodded. Zunyan was right. It would be very difficult for a Karma state cultivator to break the restrictive spell. However, if they could break it, they might be able to find some clues about the ancient tomb. Then they would know if it was necessary for a great emperor to take action. Jiang Ziren is quite strong. Even though he's an outer disciple, many inner disciples are no match for him. Besides, he has the Jiang family behind him. Maybe he has some trump cards. Situ Changkong said indifferently. He could see Jiang Ziren working together with a dozen inner disciples of the ancient star pavilion. They were sweating profusely as they kept attacking the restrictive spell around the ancient tomb. Didn't our Mizar Palace lose to your Alcade Star Palace in the Outer Sect competition last time? Why don't you bring that kid to the dark underworld this time? He might be able to break through this barrier. Zunyan smiled faintly. Situ Changkong looked at Yi Buhui. Yi Buhui smiled bitterly. He and 3 other inner disciples are acting as special envoys to patrol the abandoned land of the gods. It will be a while before they return. That's a pity. Zunyan smiled. Situ Changkong said indifferently, there will not be any changes here for a while. When that outer sect disciple returns to the sect, send a message back immediately and get the elders to send him to the dark underworld. Boom! Just as Situ Changkong finished speaking, a loud sound rang out from a certain location. Everyone's attention was drawn over, including the karma cultivators who were besieging the ancient tomb. In front of Ning Qi, a crack appeared on a light blue barrier of light. This crack grew larger and larger, spreading out in all directions of the ancient tomb. In just a few breaths of time, the barrier that the thousands of Karma Realm cultivators had been unable to break had disappeared. How is this possible? Jiang Ziren stared blankly at Ning Qi, which one of the Karma Realm cultivators present wasn't a prodigy of their respective sects. They had attacked together for so long, but the restrictive spell had not been broken. Ning Qi had broken it with one punch? If this punch landed on their bodies, wouldn't it be? This kid's strength is a little strange. Situ Changkong, Zunyan, and the other core disciples of the ancient star pavilion all looked at Ning Qi with a hint of seriousness and curiosity in their eyes. Those from the primal chaos devil sect looked at each other. When Elder Huangfu looked at Ning Qi again, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Dark Parliament headquarters. The restrictive spell was broken just like that. Everyone looked at each other. The Secretary General looked at Zhenling and smiled. Very good. Your 5th region has cultivated a talent for our Dark Parliament. When the councillors find out, they will definitely reward you handsomely. This time, he has obtained the qualification to reach the Fate Realm. Zhenling was a little surprised. Jiu Kuin and the others standing behind her had strange expressions. Ning Qi's strength had exceeded their expectations. But no matter what, Ning Qi was the one who broke the restrictive spell, so he definitely had the qualification to reach the Fate Realm. It didn't matter even if they didn't find any clues. That attack was enough to prove that Ning Qi had the qualification to reach the Fate Realm. Humph! Shui Gui snorted in his heart. He didn't look too good. There was silence. The leading cultivators of the major forces didn't make a sound. They looked at the tomb cautiously, curious to see what would happen after the first restrictive spell was broken. A few moments later, everyone suddenly felt the ground start to shake. The soil on the mound was constantly overturned, like a wave surging in all directions. Following that, a building slowly rose from the center of the mound. This building style was somewhat special. In the center of it, there was a building. There was a stone door in the middle, and it was tightly shut. At this time, the dragon cultivator who had entered the sect with Ning Qi was the first to react. He flew towards the stone door like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Ziren, the ninth spirit, and the other Karma Realm cultivators followed closely behind. Ha ha ha! The dragon cultivator was ecstatic. He didn't forget to throw a mocking look at Ning Qi. So what if the restrictive spell was broken? As long as he entered the stone door first, he would seize the opportunity. If there was an opportunity, he would definitely get it. As soon as he appeared in front of the stone door, he immediately reached out to push it. However, the smile on his face froze. Then he roared and used all his strength, but the stone door didn't budge. Open for me. The dragon cultivator flew into a rage out of humiliation, and he unleashed a terrifying immortal technique to bombard the stone gate. However, before the immortal technique could make contact with the stone gate, a wave of power spread out from the stone gate. With a booming sound, the attack from the dragon cultivator was repelled. Shun! Furthermore, it was several times stronger. The dragon cultivator held miserably and was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground in an extremely wretched manner. The others who had wanted to attack stopped themselves. They looked at the stone door in bewilderment, then finally looked at their respective senior brothers and elders. All of you come back. Very quickly, all the Karma Realm cultivators left the stone door and returned to their respective camps. Only Ning Chi and a dozen or so people remained before the stone door. There is a special restrictive spell on this stone door. When you used your physical strength, the restrictive spell did not attack you. But when you used your techniques, the restrictive spell retaliated. Zunyan looked at the pale dragon cultivator and said, mildly, Senior brothers, that's right. The dragon cultivator nodded awkwardly. It seems like we can only use our physical strength to push it open. The ancient star pavilion has an advantage in this area. All of you should work together to push the stone door open. There might be a great opportunity hidden inside. Situ Changkong said, Senior brother, look. Chapter 3510. How could this be? The Dragon Clan cultivator stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. He was very confident in his own strength. The door that he couldn't open, even after using all his strength, was pushed open so easily by Ning Chi. The stone door opened, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. It was like a giant beast that was about to devour someone. A few breaths later, the originally quiet building was suddenly interrupted by the pitch-black cave entrance. The sound of footsteps that made one's heart skip a beat came from the pitch-black cave entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Chi slowly retreated. The other cultivators closest to the stone door also didn't dare to stay. They all retreated to a safe area. A few breaths later, a figure walked out from the stone door. This figure was slender and wore a light green robe. The loose robe couldn't hide her voluptuous curves. Her skin was so white that it looked devoid of blood. This aura, could it be the corpse race? Situ Changkong and the others weren't the only ones who thought this way. Even the members of the Dark Parliament who had been paying attention to this place had the same thought. Moreover, the corpse race loved to live in ancient tombs. This was a unique habit of their race. The woman looked around indifferently. Her eyes were a little confused, but they became clear in the end. Everyone who was looked at by her felt that they couldn't breathe at that moment. They felt an extremely strong pressure coming from her. Even Situ Changkong and the other rebirth realm experts felt their hearts palpitate under her gaze. They were a little alarmed. The other party was at least a fifth step cultivator. Who opened this forbidden door? The woman asked softly. Her voice was very pleasant and moving, but even a fool could sense a trace of coldness hidden in it. The forbidden door. This meant that the other party was indeed a cultivator who lived here and didn't want anyone to disturb him. That was why he gave the stone door such a name. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions became strange, and they all looked at Ning Chi. Although they had disturbed him, Ning Chi was the only one who had truly broken the restriction and pushed open the stone door. Therefore, this group of cultivators didn't hesitate to use their eyes to betray Ning Chi. Was it you who opened the forbidden door? The woman looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled and said sincerely, no. Senior, he's lying. Primal Chaos Demon Sect Elder Huang Fu immediately berated. The restriction around Senior's cave was broken by this kid. He was also the one who opened the door. Not bad. He did it all by himself. Everyone echoed in agreement. The headquarters of the Dark Council. Zhen Ling looked at the secretary with a solemn expression. Secretary, can you bring that kid back? If we descend like this, it will easily attract the attention of the Boundless World's cultivators. I'm afraid that the Holy Assembly has people observing the situation in the dark Nether Realm. The Secretary General shook his head. True Spirit's expression changed slightly. Was he going to give up on Ning Chi just like that? Moreover, the Secretary General's expression was incomparably grave as he said, "I'm afraid this woman's cultivation is above mine." When the secretaries heard this, a look of disbelief flashed in their eyes. If this woman's cultivation was higher than the Secretary General's, then she could only be a sixth-step cultivator. His previous guess was right. There was indeed an existence at the sixth step in this ancient tomb. But it was not a corpse. It was a living sixth step. "It's over." Commander Xue Qiu glanced at Commander Yin Zhen before looking back at the screen. He let out a long sigh in his heart. His little brother was probably going to fail this time. No cultivator liked to be disturbed when they were in seclusion. If the person who disturbed them broke the restriction set up by the master without the master's consent, then there would definitely be a fight. There was no suspense in the outcome of a battle between a fourth step and a sixth step cultivator. "Hey!" Xue Gui sneered in his heart. Wu Xiang, who was standing behind him, was already very happy. However, his face had no facial features, so no one noticed it. "You guys are really shameless." Ning Chi glanced at everyone and then looked at the woman. "Senior, they also have a share. But you broke the restriction and opened the door. Don't deny it." Someone immediately said, "I didn't expect that you, with your Karma Realm cultivation, could break the array set up by Mad Taoist. What reward do you want? Tell me." The woman looked at Ning Chi, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Reward? Everyone was slightly stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. Ning Chi was also stunned for a moment, then he asked tentatively, "Senior, isn't this your cave abode?" Who would arrange a reversal formation in their cave abode? Mad Taoist wanted to trap me, so he set up this array. Those who can break the array can't get close, and those who can get close can't break the array. I've been trapped here for so many years. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid my clansmen still don't know that I'm trapped here. I'm afraid my clansmen still don't know that I'm trapped in this dark underworld. The woman smiled faintly. When everyone heard this, it was too late for regrets. If they had known this would happen, they would have admitted it and gotten a fortuitous opportunity. It was obvious that the woman's cultivation wasn't ordinary. Elder Huangfu of the Primal Chaos Demon sect had a livid expression. He wanted to use the woman to get rid of Ning Chi. But not only did he not succeed, but he also personally gave Ning Chi a fortuitous opportunity. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "I see." Ning Chi was instantly relieved. Just as he was thinking about what reward he should ask for, the woman's expression suddenly changed. She then slapped Ning Chi's body with a backhand. In the next moment, she tore through the void and left the place. As soon as she left, the building immediately collapsed. With the building as the center, hundreds of acres of land sunk by dozens of feet. Wasn't there supposed to be a reward? Why did she slap me? Ning Chi was stunned. He immediately checked his body, but no matter how he looked, he didn't find anything wrong. That senior just now must have given him a reward. It's on him. Suppress this kid. The Primal Chaos Demon sect let out a long roar. This long roar immediately alerted everyone. Even Situ Chongkong and the others were ready to take action. Because the woman had left, the restrictions around the ancient tomb would definitely be ineffective. In the next moment, a palm reached out from the void and grabbed Ning Chi. With a swoosh, Ning Chi was pulled into the void. The skin of that palm was incomparably snow-white. There was no need to look at it to know that it was that woman's. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then they stood on the spot with livid expressions and used their various communication methods to report the situation. Dark Parliament Headquarters Building. Zhan Ling subconsciously looked at the Secretary General. After a few breaths of silence, the Secretary General said indifferently, "This kid probably has another fortuitous opportunity. This matter will end here. When he returns to the Dark Parliament, inform me." With that, The Secretary General stood up and left. Lord Junling, should we arrange for people to search for Brother Ning? Jiao Kuan looked at Junling with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 35:11. Those dark cultivators who had yet to arrive at the Heaven Awakening battlefield and hadn't even seen the ancient tomb received the news immediately and went back the way they came. Then they were brought back to the Dark World headquarters. They felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through their hearts. All of them were cursing Ning Qi. Couldn't they slow down a bit? Why didn't they wait for them to arrive? Wouldn't this show that the gap between them and Ning Qi was like a chasm? The cultivators of the ancient star system pavilion and the other major forces didn't leave immediately. They still had some hope for the ancient order tomb. They sent their Karma Realm cultivators to search, but in the end, they didn't find anything. Did your palace master say anything? Do you want me to go back? Situ Changkong looked at Zunyan and the others and sent a voice transmission. Yes, Zunyan and the others nodded. The first thing they did was to send a message back. The reply they received was that they had to leave the dark underworld. However, just as they were about to leave, the void was torn open once more. A figure walked out and stared at the ruins of the ancient order tomb. This figure had long, snow-white hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful, and when everyone saw her, they were shocked. This was because they could sense an aura that wasn't any weaker than the aura of the woman from before. This person was probably a great expert who had come from some unknown place. I didn't expect this little demoness to not be killed by crazy Taoist and be sealed here. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. The person with waist-length white hair sighed. Not far away, the void was torn open once more. An ordinary-looking young man with a buzz cut and wearing a light green robe walked out of the void. He was slightly stunned when he saw the man with waist-length white hair. He frowned and said, "Tian Wu, what are you doing here?" "Great Emperor Jiang, my purpose for coming here is the same as yours. However, we are both a step too late, so let's part ways here." The person with waist-length white hair smiled and took a step forward. He disappeared into the void and left the dark underworld. When the young man with the buzz cut saw this, he looked at the ruins of the ancient order tomb and also took a step forward. Everyone had no time to react. Just as they were guessing who Heaven Shaman and Great Emperor Jiang were, a few other similar existences arrived one after another. After exchanging a few words, they left. Finally, even the slowest cultivator reacted. Perhaps the existence that appeared was not the fifth-step cultivator they had imagined, but the sixth-step cultivator that was stronger than the fifth step. "Jiang Ziren, is that Great Emperor Jiang from your Jiang family?" Zunyan gestured for Jiang Ziren to come over and said with a serious expression. Jiang Ziren hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Senior Brother Zhua, I've never seen the face of the Jiang family's emperor, so I can't recognize him. Perhaps only the fifth-step elders know. However," he paused, "I'm afraid the only one who can be called Great Emperor Jiang is the forefather." Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Who was that woman? How could she attract so many great emperors? Even the great emperor of the Jiang family had come? Suddenly, many cultivators revealed a look of envy. They thought about Ning Qi, who had been taken away by the woman, and they wished they could interact with such an existence. Just a little bit of benefit from this person would be enough for them to reach the fifth step, not to mention a karma cultivator like Ning Qi. Ning Qi felt dizzy. The scenery around him was constantly changing, and he could feel a cold sensation on his arm. If it wasn't for this arm grabbing him tightly, Ning Qi suspected that he would have been lost in this environment. This was definitely the method of travel of great mediums, which was much more tyrannical than the passage of time and flowing water. It was not suitable for cultivators in the state of karma at all. Even a rebirth state expert would not be able to adapt to such a method. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Qi felt his eyes light up and the suffocating pressure gradually disappeared. He subconsciously took a deep breath and after a dozen breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. Your body is very strong, and there's star force flowing through it. No wonder you could break Taoist Crazy's restriction. There were many people here with auras similar to yours. They should be disciples of the ancient star pavilion. You are one too. Why did you hide your identity? The woman's voice echoed in Ning Chi's ears. Because Junior doesn't want others to know my true strength. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Senior should understand this. Ning Chi smiled. That's true. The woman nodded. She looked at Ning Chi again before letting go of his arm. Your ancient star body is already at rank 6. In addition, you seem to have some trump cards. After a pause, she suddenly approached Ning Chi and gently sniffed his neck a few times. Ning Chi's body became a bit stiff. He had long felt that this woman might be a cultivator from the Corpse Clan, and the Corpse Clan loved to drink blood. Could it be that she had been sealed for too long and couldn't help but want to drink the blood of her benefactor? The smell of your blood is a bit special. It looks like you have fused with the blood of a 5th step cultivator. The woman straightened her body and faintly said. Ning Chi was startled. He had indeed integrated with Panga's bloodline, and it was because of this that he had not died under Panga's axe. However, the other party was able to know this just by sniffing. His strength was too terrifying. Even the Secretary General, who was at the peak of Step 5, could not even a peak 5th step cultivator like the Secretary General couldn't see any clues. There is a 90% chance that this woman is a 6th step cultivator, a great emperor. Ning Chi thought to himself, forget it. You don't want to tell me, and I don't want to know. You saved me once, so I'll give you an opportunity to become a member of the Corpse Clan. In the future, follow me. After the woman finished speaking, 2 canine teeth suddenly appeared in her mouth. Not only did they not give off a terrifying feeling, but they also made her look a bit cute. However, Ning Chi wasn't in the mood to enjoy this cuteness. He quickly took a step back and smiled. Senior, Junior still likes being a human. Can you change the reward? Like being a human? The woman was startled for a moment. Do you know how many human cultivators knelt in front of me and begged me to give them the identity of the Corpse Clan? After pausing for a moment, the woman revealed a proud expression. My Corpse Clan's bloodline is supreme, and the Corpse Clan members that have been transformed by me can at least reach the imperishable realm, the peak of the 5th step. With a bit of luck, there is also a chance for them to reach the 6th step. Are you afraid that you don't know? Ning Chi smiled. I'm used to being a human. Chapter 35:12. She left a trace of my aura? No wonder she slapped me. Seeing that the woman was about to leave, Ning Chi quickly chased after her. Senior, where is this place? How far is it from the ancient star system pavilion? With your cultivation level, it's impossible to go back. This place is called Absolute Beginning, and it's very far away from Tylee. With your cultivation level, if you keep flying in that direction, you should be able to reach Absolute Beginning in about 100 years. Tylee, the woman pointed in a direction. 100 years? Ning Chi gasped. The woman had taken him so far away in such a short amount of time. However, this was the first time he had learned that the area he had been in was called Tylee. He also learned a very important piece of information from the woman's words. The Shinluo realm was really big. Senior, can we talk about sending me back to the ancient star pavilion? You can take back the chi on my body. Consider it as returning the favor. Ning Chi said sincerely. He had completed his mission and could advance to the Fate State once he returned to the Dark Parliament. If the woman didn't take him back, wouldn't he be stuck at the Karma realm until he died? Unless there was also the Dark Parliament here, but the possibility wasn't high. Ning Chi didn't dare to take the risk. What a joke. If I return the favor I owe so easily, what face would I have left? The woman sneered. Junior indeed has an urgent matter to attend to. Ning Chi said helplessly. Then let me bite you. If you become a corpse race member, I might agree to your request and spend some effort to send you back." The woman revealed her canine teeth again. Ning Chi was stunned, and a trace of suspicion gradually appeared in his eyes. Could it be that he's using this matter to threaten me? It clearly didn't seem like she wanted to repay his kindness, but rather wanted him to become a corpse for some reason. Thinking about this, Ning Chi smiled. "In fact, I'm not in a hurry to go back. How about I follow Senior, and when you're free, you can take me back?" "No, the place I'm going to is very dangerous. You'll only be a burden if you follow me." The woman smiled, waved her hand, and left. "By the way, my name is Li Shang. Remember this name. You'll hear of it sooner or later." The woman paused for a moment before she took a step forward and vanished without a trace. "You're good." Ning Chi was silent for a while, then cursed inwardly. He looked around, found a direction, and sped away. Fu Guang City. This was the first city Ning Chi had seen after coming to Absolute Beginning. He didn't know if he should thank Li Shang for not leaving him in a remote place. It only took him half a month to get here. Fu Guang City seemed to belong to a large sect. There were many experts in the city. Along the way, Ning Chi had already seen more than 10 rebirth realm cultivators. As for Destiny Realm, Karma Realm, and Third Step cultivators, there were countless of them. The boundary was between First Step cultivators and Second Step cultivators. In other words, there were no ordinary people here. The lowest cultivation level was a First Step cultivator. Ning Chi's purpose was very simple. He just wanted to go back to Tai Li. As for whether Tai Chu had any opportunities, or if it was better than Tai Li, he did not plan to think about it for now. The first thing he had to do was return to the Dark Congress and reach the Fate State. "Brother, does this teleportation formation go to Tai Li?" Ning Chi asked a few passers-by and found the teleportation formation of Fu Guang City. Since the woman was unwilling to send him back, Ning Chi planned to take the teleportation formation to Tai Li even if he had to take the teleportation formation. Fortunately, he was rich enough. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have given up on this idea. Karma Realm cultivators had to fly a distance of 100 kilometers. Even if they took the teleportation formation, it would take at least a few hundred years to get back. Ning Chi estimated the cost of this period to be about 1 billion. How could an ordinary cultivator have so many primary essence stones? How could an ordinary cultivator have so many primary essence stones? Tai Li, what is this place? Our teleportation formation can only go to 7 places. They are. Tai Li is not among them. The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation was a Karma Realm cultivator. He felt that Ning Chi's aura was similar to his and said politely, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Tai Li? How come he had never heard of it in his life? Then, I'll just go to any place. Ning Chi said sullenly, although there is no place you want to go, there is no need to be angry. The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation cursed in his mind. He took Ning Chi's primary essence stones and randomly sent Ning Chi to a place. In the blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. Ning Chi had been wandering around for a few decades, wandering between the major teleportation formations. There was still no trace of the Tai Li he wanted to go to, until one day he saw Li Shang again. It was a sunny day. As soon as Ning Chi came out of the teleportation formation, he saw Li Shang sitting at a tea stall not far away, looking at him with a faint smile. Ning Chi walked to the tea stall and sat down. He asked the stall owner to pour him a cup of tea. Then he looked at Li Shang and smiled. "Senior Li Shang, what a coincidence." "Indeed, a coincidence. You have been looking for the way back to Tai Li for the past few decades. Have you found it?" Li Shang smiled, even though he knew the answer. Ning Chi's eyes twitched a few times. Then he smiled and said, "I haven't found it. I have finished my business. I am going back to Tai Li. Do you want to go back with me?" Li Shang smiled. "Senior, let's go now." Ning Chi drank the tea in one gulp. Li Shang didn't know whether he had found his conscience or he really wanted to go back to Tai Li. After she drank the tea, he gently pulled Ning Qi's arm and the two disappeared from the tea stall. The stall owner was stunned for a few seconds. Then he suddenly shouted, "What are you two? You look so handsome, but you don't even pay for the tea?" Ning Qi once again experienced the dizziness that made him want to vomit. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of the gate of the ancient Star Pavilion. As for Li Shang, he was nowhere to be seen. "Finally, I'm back." Ning Qi's lips trembled and he murmured. Then he turned around and left. "Junior Ning?" A voice suddenly rang behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi's body stiffened. He turned around and saluted Yi Buhui, senior sister Yi. "Why didn't you come back to hand over the task last time?" Yi Buhui looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Ning Qi should have returned to the ancient Star Pavilion decades ago. However, Xiong Lai and the others had already returned, but Ning Qi was still nowhere to be seen. "Well, I was delayed by some small things." Ning Qi smiled. "Well, in that case, it's good that you came back now. This is the position of an inner disciple that I promised you." Yi Buhui threw a jade token and a set of cyan robes to Ning Qi. "I have also reported your information. From now on, you are an inner disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. Do well." Yi Buhui smiled. Chapter 35:13. Yi Buhui seemed to want to go back to the Alcade Star Palace with Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ning Qi had no choice but to go with her. After returning to the Alcade Star Palace, the two of them parted ways. Ning Qi went back to the outer yard. Senior brother Ning. The cultivators of Astral 93 saluted Ning Qi when they saw him. Ning Qi had been away for more than 100 years. Although there were many new faces, there were still many old ones. "Oh, I remember you. You're Feng Litian, a disciple of the Feng family, right?" Ning Qi looked at one of the outer sect disciples who saluted him and smiled. "Yes." Feng Litian smiled. Ning Qi nodded and asked about Mo Xie's situation. The cultivators all shook their heads, indicating that they had no news of Mo Xie. Since the last mission, he hadn't returned to the ancient Star Pavilion for more than 100 years. Ning Qi pondered for a few breaths and walked into his room. When he came out, he was wearing a green robe. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. They didn't expect that Ning Qi would be promoted to an inner disciple in just 100 years, but they were relieved. If someone like Ning Qi, who had defeated core disciple Zhao Jin with one punch, couldn't become an inner sect disciple, their hopes would be even slimmer. Not far away, Feng Litian was standing and chatting with a beautiful figure. When Feng Litian saw Ning Qi's blue robe, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Congratulations on becoming an inner sect disciple, senior brother Ning." Feng Litian clasped his hands at Ning Qi, unable to hide the envy in his eyes. "I know you. Back in the outer sect competition between Alcade Star Palace and Mizar Palace, you were in the limelight. Even the Jiang family's Jiang was no match for you." The beautiful figure next to Feng Litian smiled at Ning Qi. She was also wearing a blue robe and was an inner sect disciple. At the same time, she was Ning Qi's old acquaintance. But Ning Qi's current appearance was completely different from before. A trace of suspicion flashed in Feng Moran's eyes. She had long felt that Ning Qi's walking posture and figure resembled someone. "Who is this lady?" Ning Qi looked at Feng Moran and smiled. "This is my cousin, Mizar Palace's inner sect disciple, Feng Moran." Feng Litian introduced. "This is Ning Qi, senior brother Ning. He's also an inner sect disciple of Alcade Star Palace." "Senior brother Ning, you look like a good friend of mine. Do you know Jiang Yu?" Feng Moran suddenly said. "Jiang Yu? A disciple of the Jiang family? I don't think I know her." Ning Qi laughed. Jiang Yu was the pseudonym she used back then. Unexpectedly, after changing her appearance, Feng Mo still had such intuition. A woman's intuition was indeed terrifying. Oh, Feng Mo nodded, and there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. She thought she would be able to see Jiang Yu at the ancient star system pavilion, but after more than 100 years, there was still no news of Jiang Yu. After chatting for a bit, Ning Qi said his goodbyes and left. He went to the mission hall to pick up a mission and left the ancient star system pavilion once more. However, shortly after he left, someone quietly followed him. This person's concealment method was far beyond ordinary. It was Ning Qi. None of them were able to discover it at the first moment. A few months later, just as Ning Qi was about to reach the entrance of the 5th district, his ears twitched slightly. Then he slowly landed on the ground. He was surrounded by a beautiful valley, and the place where Ning Qi landed was right next to a small stream. "You followed me for so long. It's about time for you to show yourself, right?" Ning Qi said lightly. Aside from the chirping of birds and the sound of flowing water, there was nothing else. Ning Qi smiled. "Following an inner sect disciple of the ancient star system pavilion, are you planning to start a war with the ancient star system pavilion?" "How did you find me?" A figure suddenly walked out from the void. The person who came was wearing a pale gold robe and gave off the aura of the rebirth realm. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of hostility. A true disciple? Ning Qi frowned. He didn't expect the person following him to be a true disciple, and from the symbol on his robe, he was a true disciple of the Yao Guang Star Palace. However, why would a true disciple follow him? "How did you find me?" the other party asked calmly. Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, a giant hammer suddenly fell from the sky and smashed toward the true disciple. "Rebirth realm? There really is something wrong with you." The true disciple's eyes narrowed. He coldly looked at Ning Qi and used a method to resist the giant hammer. At the same time, a tall figure appeared in the void and looked down at the true disciple. The person who came was one of the 3 commanders of the 5th district, Commander Jushin. It was also him who told Ning Qi that someone was following him. Otherwise, Ning Qi definitely wouldn't have found out, and the entrance to the 5th district would have been exposed. "You leave first." Commander Jushin waved his hand at Ning Qi. "Want to leave?" The true disciple of the Yao Guang Star Palace sneered. "Since I know your identity as a dark cultivator, don't even think about leaving today. I want to see how strong a dark cultivator who has been entangled with the boundless Jiang cultivators for so many years is. The disciples of the ancient star system pavilion have always been top existences among those at the same level. Come and try." Commander Jushin looked at him indifferently. He wasn't surprised that the other party had directly revealed their identities. However, Ning Qi was a bit puzzled. How did the other party know that he was a dark cultivator? Back then, even Jiang Tianshu couldn't recognize him when he saw him, let alone detect the identity behind him. A few breaths later, the 2 of them were already fighting, exchanging all kinds of spells. Commander Jushin's physical strength wasn't any weaker than the other party. However, Ning Qi found that the true disciple's ancient star body wasn't high. It was about the same as his, both being at the 6th rank. Among the true disciples, his strength was at the bottom. 10 minutes later, the 2 suddenly separated. Both of them had some injuries on their bodies, but the difference in strength was similar. Neither could do anything to the other. There should be a settlement of dark cultivators here, right? After I leave, I'll immediately take people to sweep this place. As for you, I'll personally report this matter to the chief senior brother. I'll keep you alive for a few days." The true disciple sneered and planned to leave. In his opinion, the other party couldn't keep him. If he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. However, just as he finished speaking, a special aura shrouded him. Before he could show any fear, a hand directly grabbed his neck from behind. It was as if he was paralyzed. Other than his eyeballs that could move, the rest of his body became extremely stiff. Lord True Spirit. When Commander Ju Shin and Ning Chi saw the person, they both cupped their hands and bowed. Let's go back to the 5th District. Chapter 3514. The Dark Council. Division 5. Parliament Building. In Zhen Ling's office, Ning Chi and Commander Ju Shin stood on either side. Zhen Ling sat behind the desk, her white hair neatly combed back. She looked indifferently at the Alcade Star Palace direct disciple kneeling in front of her. Name. True Spirit said calmly. Yuchi Jini. Yuchi Jini half knelt on the ground with one hand on his knee and the other on the ground. He looked at Zhen Ling unwillingly, but he did not resist. Instead, he obediently answered Zhen Ling's question. He originally thought that he could find a few dark cultivators between the Karma realm and the Rebirth realm and rely on them to gain some merit points, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually have an undead realm expert. Now, Yuchi Jini could only hope that he could obtain some merit points from the hands of Zhen Ling, obtain a slim chance of survival. Is Fuxing Chi dead? Zhen Ling calmly looked at Yuchi Jini. Dead. Yuchi Jini nodded calmly. I only found out that there was another dark cultivator in Alcade Star Palace after I found out about him. Fuxingo? Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. He seemed to have heard of this name before, when he and Mo Xia had gone to visit Senior Brother Ma. He had learned of this name while chatting with him. Among the core disciples, there was an extremely talented person. Chang Chang had also condensed the ancient star body to the 5th rank. He was only 1 rank weaker than Ning Chi. Compared to people like Zhao Jin, he was many times stronger. Originally, with this kind of strength, even if he was discovered, there was a high chance that he could escape. Unfortunately, Yuchi Jini might have directly discovered his weakness. Facing the thunderous strike of a rebirth state existence, Ning Chi was not confident. Even ordinary fate state cultivators wouldn't be able to resist it. Then why didn't you kill him at the ancient star pavilion? True Spirit smiled faintly. He was naturally referring to Ning Chi. Yuchi Jini glanced at Ning Chi. If I could confirm he was a dark cultivator, he would have been dead the moment he left the sect. It's a pity that Fu Xingqiu didn't leave behind accurate information. I don't know who the other dark cultivator of Alcade Star Palace is. It's just that I've heard a lot about him recently, and I feel that he's a little suspicious. Your intuition is quite good. Ning Chi laughed. Yuchi Jini snorted coldly. If not for True Soul and Commander Giant God, how could a mere Karma Realm cultivator have the right to smile in front of him? Originally, since you killed Fu Xingqiu, you should have used your life to pay for it. But now, I can give you a second choice. True Spirit smiled faintly. Lord True Spirit? Commander Giant God was startled. In his view, a true disciple of the ancient star system pavilion, like Yuchi Jini, had to be killed. What choice? Yuchi Jini perked up. As long as the other party didn't kill him, everything could be discussed. From the weakest mortal, he had cultivated step by step to his current realm. Yuchi Jini had long been indifferent to honor and disgrace. Only his life was the most important. Here's a medicinal pill. If you consume it, you'll become a darkness cultivator. If you consume it, you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. With a flip of the True Spirit's palm, a pitch-black elixir appeared. The elixir emitted a strange fragrance, and even Ning Chi's Adam's apple could not help but move up and down. Transform into a dark cultivator? Dark cultivators can be converted? There was a flash of shock in Ning Chi's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. In his view, wasn't every dark cultivator abandoned by the Holy Council for some reason and had to walk this path? Some even had entire families and tens of millions of people abandoned by the Holy Council. That was why the Dark Council was so prosperous today. Lord True Spirit, I don't agree. Even if he becomes a dark cultivator, he's not reliable. Commander Giant God said solemnly, "This is my decision." True Spirit faintly looked at Commander Giant God. Seeing this, Commander Giant God lowered his head and no longer spoke. "How about it? How many breaths of time do you have left to consider?" True Spirit smiled. "Okay, I'll eat it." Yu Qizhini made a prompt decision and nodded. Zhanling smiled and flicked his finger. The pill floated in front of Yu Qizhini, and he swallowed it without hesitation. Then he waited quietly for the changes to take place. Rather than dying, it was better to become a dark cultivator and live. After a dozen breaths of time, Yu Qizhini looked at True Spirit with doubt. Why is there no change? If it was visible to the naked eye, then dark cultivators would have already died. However, after swallowing this pill, you can't escape your identity as a dark cultivator. You won't be able to advance through the Holy Council in the future. If they detect your existence, you will be directly killed. Kill them through the air. Remember this. True Spirit smiled. Then what should I do when I advance? Yu Qizhini was startled. Giant God will tell you. True Spirit smiled and waved his hand. Seeing this, Commander Giant God took Yu Qizhini away. True Spirit clearly wanted him to be Yu Qizhini's mentor and tell Yu Qizhini some common-sense questions about dark cultivators. Kid, it's your turn. Tell me what happened after you were taken away that day. True Spirit looked at Ning Qi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Lord True Spirit, she took me to the absolute beginning. After a few decades, she took me back to the ancient star system pavilion after she finished her business. Ning Qi said, That's it. That's it. Ning Qi nodded. Tell me in detail. True Spirit glared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and told True Spirit everything he knew about Li Shang. So she is called Li Shang. Good, with a name, it is easy to investigate her background. Since you have returned to the 5th district, I will bring you to the headquarters, and at the same time, I will let you personally tell the secretary about everything that happened in these years. You be prepared. Maybe even the representative will meet you. True Spirit smiled. Lord True Spirit, then my advancement ceremony, Ning Qi smiled. This was the real reason he came back to the 5th district. Sometimes he envied normal cultivators who didn't have to go through so much trouble to advance. Unfortunately, when he ascended to the divine Luo realm, he used extreme methods and was considered a smuggled cultivator. He had long been blacklisted by the Holy Council. A few days later, True Spirit took Ning Qi to the 5th district. When they left the council building, they bumped into Yu Qizhini and Commander Giant God. Junior Brother Ning, we'll meet again at the Alcade Star Palace. Yu Qizhini said with a fake smile. Lord True Spirit, will he betray me? Why don't we just kill him? Ning Qi ignored Yu Qizhini and asked True Spirit. Yu Qizhini's face suddenly became livid and his fists were clenched. He's a person who cherishes his life. He won't betray you. Chapter 35:15. It was also a flowing time tunnel, but the speed of the True Spirit was much faster than Jiuquan. Ning Qi could not feel the flow of time in it, but he played a trick. The flowing time tunnel affected the human senses, but the speed of the machine. Ning Qi took out a pocket watch and glanced at it. Only 5 minutes had passed. The last time Jiuquan brought him to the headquarters. A few days had passed. Is this for keeping time? The True Spirit glanced at the pocket watch. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. It's just a small thing. It's not worth mentioning. It's not very useful. I've seen it in a small world. The True Spirit nodded. Then it brought Ning Qi to the headquarters of the Dark Parliament. The cultivators at the door let them in immediately. Hey, Brother Ning, you're not dead? A figure walked towards him, and as soon as the figure saw Ning Qi, shock immediately appeared on the figure's face. Commander Bloodtear, my life is tough. How can I die so easily? Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. The blood-tier commander laughed and bowed to the true spirit. Lord, true spirit, are you here to bring him to the fate state? Yes. The true spirit nodded. But before that, I need to see the Secretary General. Is he free? Yes, I'll take you there. The blood-tier commander nodded with a smile. The news of Ning Chi's return spread like wildfire. The dark cultivators who knew that Ning Chi was taken away by Li Shang all gathered around and looked at Ning Chi as if he was a rare animal. Those cultivators were basically internal members of the headquarters. Everyone had some connections, so some of them didn't care about taboo and asked directly, "Brother, is that woman the Empress? What reward did she give you?" Until Ning Chi followed the Zhenling into the Secretary General's office. These people's voice transmission stopped. Someone actually asked Li Shang whether he has a Dao companion or not. This person is too daring. As soon as the Secretary General saw Ning Chi, he moved and appeared in front of Ning Chi. Before Ning Chi could react, his palm landed on his head. Ning Chi's eyes twitched. If the Secretary General forced his divine sense into his mind, wouldn't the beast purification gourd be exposed? But if he tried to stop her, he would feel like he was trying to hide something. Just as Ning Chi was in a dilemma, the Secretary General's hand moved away. His spiritual will did not enter Ning Chi's spiritual sea, but only circled around Ning Chi's body. Strange, I clearly saw her slap you, but there's no trace of it in your body. The Secretary General pondered for a moment and looked at Ning Chi's eyebrows. Is there anything strange about your sea of consciousness? Could he detect it? If you can't sense it, can I help you take a look? Reporting to the Secretary General, there is nothing strange in my sea of consciousness. Ning Chi smiled and bowed. Since you don't want me to look, I won't force you. In our dark parliament, no one will look into another person's sea of consciousness without permission. You can rest assured about this. The Secretary General's lips suddenly curled up as he glanced at Ning Chi with a faint smile. Tell me about that woman. Let's see if we can find out where she came from. Yes. Ning Chi nodded. In less than 10 minutes, Ning Chi had told the Secretary General everything he knew. Suddenly, a very thick book appeared in the Secretary General's hand. The book was moving on its own, and the pages were flipping rapidly. Ning Chi's sharp eyes saw the contents of the book. It was changing wildly, and it seemed like every page contained an extremely large amount of information. However, the speed of the changes was so fast that Ning Chi's principal spirit could not check it in time. The Secretary General seemed to be reading it very carefully. From this point, it could be seen that the principal spirit of a fifth-step cultivator was much stronger than that of a fourth-step cultivator. Lord True Spirit, what book is that? Ning Chi could not help but ask True Spirit through voice transmission when he saw that the Secretary General had been standing motionlessly for more than an hour without finishing flipping the pages. This book is called The Dark Chronicles. It was compiled after the first Dark Cultivator appeared. It records the most important events of every period. It's all-encompassing, and only the Secretary General has the right to read it. However, the Secretary General can only read it. The real Darkness Chronicle is in the hands of the Dark Parliament, and it is kept by all the counselors. True Spirit smiled and sent a voice transmission. Since Ning Chi had asked about such an unimportant matter, there was no reason for him not to answer. After all, among all the darkness cultivators in District 5, Ning Chi was the only one he had the highest hopes for. Even Commander Giant God and other rebirth realm existences were not as important as Ning Chi. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. When he looked at the Darkness Chronicle in the Secretary General's hand again, his expression changed slightly. He might be able to learn some details about his previous life from this book. For hours later, the pages of the book were flipping as fast as the speed of light. Ning Chi had thought that they would have to wait here for a long time. But unexpectedly, the Secretary General suddenly closed the castrated version of the Dark Chronicle and looked at everyone with a grave expression. Secretary General, have you found Li Shang's origin? True Spirit asked curiously. Yes. The Secretary General nodded slowly. Who is she? True Spirit seemed to notice something amiss from the Secretary General's expression, and his tone became much more cautious. She is the ancestor of the corpse race. The Secretary General said in a deep voice, This matter is of great importance. I have to report to the Parliament immediately. Wait outside for a moment. The ancestor of the corpse race? Zhan Ling was shocked, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He immediately brought Ning Qi and the Blood Tier commander to the door. After the door was closed, the Blood Tier commander stuttered. Sir Jinling, the primogenitor that the Secretary General mentioned, is that kind of primogenitor? Ning Qi was a little confused. What kind of ancestor was it? However, to add the word ancestor to the corpse race, it might mean that Li Shang was completely different from ordinary sixth-step cultivators. It should be. True Spirit nodded with a solemn expression. Sir True Spirit, who is the ancestor? Ning Qi looked at True Spirit and asked. Chapter 3516. The Origin of Every Race. Doesn't that mean that there are tens of thousands of ancestors in Shenlua world? Ning Qi said in a daze. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Blood Tier commander and True Spirit became very strange. Zhan Ling patted Ning Qi's shoulder. Read more when you have time. Little brother Ning, not every ancestor has a lifespan as long as the corpse race. You should know about the reincarnation cycle, right? The lifespan of a great emperor is limited. Once they reach the limit of reincarnation, they will be sucked in and undergo reincarnation. The ancestors are no exception. Perhaps the only ones who can temporarily break through this limit are the counselors of the Supreme Sacred Council who have reached the 7th step. The Blood Tier commander said, Most of the primogenitors don't have a good ending and basically don't live to that time. The competition between the races is so intense that we can't clearly sense it at our current level. However, from what I know, the last primogenitor to appear was more than 10,000 years ago. This is 10,000 years in the divine Lua world, not those small worlds. In some small worlds, second-step cultivators can live for 10,000 years, but in the divine Lua world, whether they can live for an epoch is a problem. Some can only live for millions of years before being sucked into the reincarnation cycle. Zhan Ling said calmly, therefore, as the ancestor of the corpse race, Li Shang appeared during the War of the 10,000 Races. This matter will more or less affect the Covenant of Darkness and the Supreme Sacred Council. Speaking of this, the real spirit suddenly smiled and looked at Ning Qi. Fortunately, it was you who helped her escape. In this way, our Dark Council will have a trace of kinship with her. I guess the Council will give you a few more rewards. Rewards? They might as well give her the qualification to advance from the destiny state to the reincarnation state. Ning Qi cursed in his heart. Then he was still confused about the current situation in Shenlua world. Lord Zhenling, according to what you said, there are only a few surviving ancestors. That's what I know. As for whether or not there are any primogenitors hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike, I'm not too sure. Zhan Ling smiled and nodded. You can come in, the Secretary General said. The three of them pushed the door open and entered. The Secretary General looked at Ning Qi with a smile. The Senate has decided to grant you the qualification to advance to the Fate State. At the same time, you will be given 2 more rewards. Pausing for a moment, he looked Ning Qi up and down. I heard from True Spirit that you've gathered 3 burning karma fruits? Yes. Ning Qi nodded. 3 isn't enough. You have too much karma on you. I'll give you another one. The Secretary General smiled and gently waved his hand. A burning karma fruit appeared in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi was delighted to see that. That way, he would be able to cleanse his karma, and he would be more confident to reach the fate state. What do you want for the second reward? The Secretary General smiled. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. He cupped his fists and said, "If possible, I would like to borrow the darkness era." Dark era? The Secretary General was slightly taken aback. The true spirit scolded, "Have you grown bolder? He even dared to borrow the dark era? That's fine. I'll lend it to you for 3 days, but only if you reach the fate state. If you fail, we'll drop the matter. Also, the second reward won't be given to you. It's up to you." The Secretary General said casually. Zhen Ling was slightly shocked. Even for secretary-level existences like them, it was extremely difficult to borrow the Dark Age Chronicle. They had to come up with enough battle merits to be able to do so. From this, it could be seen that either the Secretary General thought highly of Ning Chi, or Ning Chi had made a great contribution. Would learning Li Shang's real identity be of great help to the Dark Congress? Sure. Ning Chi nodded. He agreed without hesitation. Go ahead. Take the burning karma fruit. If you're strong enough to trigger the Heavens test, the Dark Congress will arrange for you to pass the test. The Secretary General waved his hand. Seeing this, the true spirit led Ning Chi and the others to salute and retreated. The Dark Congress had a special place for people to go through the Heavens test. When the true spirit and Ning Chi arrived, there was another person going through the Heavens test. He was also reaching the fate state from the karma state. The place looked like a canyon. Countless cultivators stood at the entrance, watching intently. Most of them were at the karma state or the Tao-seeking state. There was a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. The inside of the canyon was a mess. Not only were there traces of the Heavens test, but there were also remnants of the previous Heavens test. There was almost no place in the vast canyon that was intact. It was imaginable how many cultivators had gone through the Heavens test in the past. Ning Chi looked at the cultivator who was going through the Heavens test. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were firm. Even though there were many wounds on his body, he still stood in the air and looked at the Heavens test fearlessly. Just like Ning Chi, he was also a human. When Chen Fan first came to our headquarters, his talent was so poor that it took him tens of thousands of years to reach the perfected stage of the Tao-seeking state. I was already a mid-stage karma state cultivator back then. I can't believe he's about to reach the fate state now. I've only just reached the perfected stage of the karma state. Sigh, I still remember the feud I had with him. He was just a late-stage Tao-seeking state cultivator, but he was so slippery. Every time I wanted to teach him a lesson, he was able to resolve it. But now his level is so much higher than mine. A cultivator's achievement isn't completely dependent on talent. For a trash like him, as long as he has enough opportunities and doesn't die, he'll have a chance to surpass many of his peers. But talent represents how far he'll go. Maybe the fate state will be his final destination. This fellow must be one of those cultivators with a particularly good luck. Ning Chi thought to himself. This was the conclusion he came to after listening to the whispered discussions of the cultivators around him. Boom! The last Heavens test fell. Chun Fan blocked it. A burst of light suddenly rose from his body. The white light turned from blurry at first to dazzling, and it lasted for more than 10 breaths. When the white light dissipated, Chun Fan's aura had changed greatly, and it was comparable to the peak of the karma state. He was dozens of times stronger than a perfected stage karma state cultivator. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Many cultivators cupped their fists and congratulated Chen Fan when he walked out of the valley. Chen Fan nodded and looked at the true spirit. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Greetings, Lord True Spirit. You know me. The True Spirit smiled. Lord True Spirit is the secretary of District 5. Of course I know you, Chen Fan whispered. Hearing this, Everyone's eyes flickered with surprise as they bowed toward the true spirit. Go in. The true spirit patted Ning Chi's shoulder. Chapter 35:17. Chun Fan looked at Ning Chi's back quietly. In his mind, he recalled Ning Chi's performance at the advancement ceremony 200 years ago. He had broken through from the Tao querying state to the karma state. He had skipped a few levels and reached the karma state. She was about to reach the fate state, just like him. He didn't know how much time and effort he had spent to reach this step, but the other party had only spent a little more than 200 years. Master said that talent can't limit a person's achievements. With my talent, it took me a lot of effort to reach the third step, but now I've reached the heavens mandate realm. I'm much stronger than Master, and I'm at the same level as I am. Even the most talented of my fellow brothers and sisters is only at the early phase of the causal state. I know he's talented, but one day I'll distance myself from him. The fate state is definitely not my final destination. Chun Fan couldn't help but clench his fists. Unknowingly, he seemed to have regarded Ning Chi as a formidable opponent at some point in his life. I think that person is the most powerful Sky Pride in Division 5 in the past 100,000 years. It really is him. Back then, all the cultivators who reached the karmic level were cultivators from the 5th region. I heard that it was because he was so strong that he eliminated all the geniuses from the other regions. The moment he broke through, he reached the great circle of the karmic level. Test. I met him at the Heavenly Origin Stone Market. Not only is his cultivation extremely powerful, but his stone gambling Tao is also extraordinary. If I remember correctly, he advanced to the Karma realm 242 years ago. He was about to reach the fate state in less than 300 years. His cultivation speed was terrifying. It wouldn't be long before he reached the fate state, a commander-level existence. Many of the cultivators present knew about Ning Chi's background. The rest of the cultivators who didn't know much about Ning Chi had a preliminary understanding of Ning Chi through their mouths. They were especially shocked to learn that Ning Chi had reached the karma state less than 300 years ago. Even some of the fate state cultivators looked at Ning Chi with a hint of seriousness. Brother Ning just went in. Fortunately, he made it in time. Several figures tore through the air and arrived. Sun Shu looked at the valley and saw Ning Chi. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really Brother Ning. Brother Ning is about to reach the fate state." Shi Xiaoye, Dream Cloud Swamp, and Niao Yu looked at each other before looking at Ning Chi. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Those who used to be cultivators of the Mortal Palace were about to ascend to the Destiny state, while they were still in the early stage of the causality state. The gap between them was too big. Ning Chi stood in the void and took out 4 burning karma fruits from his spatial bag. He swallowed one first and immediately felt as if there was a flame burning in his dantian. In the next moment, a dazzling golden flame swept out from his body and instantly enveloped him. It enveloped Ning Chi, and at the same time, Ning Chi's karma appeared between his eyebrows. As the flame burned, it shrank, transforming into quintessence energy that fused into Ning Chi's body. Because of this, the aura on his body skyrocketed a great deal. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. He'd only consumed a single burning karma fruit, yet his cultivation had risen explosively by a great deal. If he were to consume the next 3 burning karma fruits and completely cleanse his karma, then his strength would surely be around 2 to 3 times stronger than before. It turned out that only when one's body was devoid of karma could one truly reach the consummate level of the karma realm. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of enlightenment. Next, he consumed the remaining 3 burning karma fruits, one after another. When the last burning karma fruit entered his stomach, the flames on Ning Chi's body grew stronger and stronger. The karma mark on his forehead was completely burned away, turning into essence that fused into Ning Chi's body. Although Ning Qi had yet to reach the destiny state, his strength was already several times stronger than before. The clouds in the sky changed. An eyeball slowly appeared behind the layers of dark clouds, quietly watching Ning Qi. "You're going through the tribulation already." Ning Qi was startled. He had thought that the Covenant of Darkness would have some other measures, such as when they'd been asked to soak in a black pool that looked like shit. Wait, could it be that the effect isn't just one time but can be sustained? Ning Qi's eyes slightly changed. If his guess was correct, he didn't even need the Covenant of Darkness permission to trigger the tribulation without being noticed by the Holy Assembly. However, if he didn't have a record, the counselors wouldn't let him pass the tribulation successfully. Besides, Ning Qi wasn't sure how long the effect would last. The effect might still be there when he reached the karma state, but it might not work the next time he reached the rebirth state. That way, he would have to face the Holy Assembly directly. Complete karma state. You are allowed to pass the tribulation. The eyeball stared at Ning Qi for a dozen breaths before a thunderous voice exploded above everyone's heads. Then, the dark clouds gradually gathered, and the eyeball was hidden behind the dark clouds. Boom! Ning Qi didn't have much time to prepare. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on his body. There are a total of 9 bolts of tribulation lightning, and each one is stronger than the last. Although the first bolt is the weakest, most karma cultivators will be heavily injured because their bodies haven't gotten used to the strength of the tribulation yet. If they can survive the first bolt, they will be able to survive the other 8 if they can survive the first bolt. Their chances of surviving the tribulation will greatly increase. A destiny state cultivator said calmly. Many of the nearby karma realm cultivators couldn't help but nod when they heard this. They felt like they had learned something. Then they saw the first bolt of lightning disappear as soon as it landed on Ning Qi's body, as if it were just a formality. Ning Qi stood there calmly. How is this possible? The destiny state cultivators were dumbfounded. Chun Fan stared at Ning Qi with a look of disbelief in his eyes. If it weren't for the healing panacea that instantly healed his physical injuries, he wouldn't have been able to survive the second thunder tribulation, let alone successfully transcend it. But now, Ning Qi actually seemed to be completely fine. Everyone could not help but feel a trace of suspicion in their hearts. They subconsciously looked behind the dark clouds. Does having a good aptitude help a counselor during the tribulation? Chun Fan clenched his fists and anger flashed in his eyes. Lord True Spirit, looks like Brother Ning is about to reach the destiny state. Commander Xue Qiu smiled. No wonder he's the elite of the 5th district. Even his tribulation is different. The True Spirit nodded with a smile. His words were like Wong selling melons. However, when the others heard it, they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, they agreed with it. Another clap of thunder came from the dark clouds, and the second lightning tribulation followed closely behind, falling on Ning Qi. Chapter 35:18. The third heavens will lightning tribulation came down as scheduled, followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Every heavens will lightning tribulation that landed on Ning Qi's body had a great momentum but little effect. Only when the 9th heavens will lightning tribulation did Ning Qi feel something special. The pressure was like a full-powered strike from a fate state warrior. Boom! The smoke dispersed. Ning Qi's entire body was enveloped by the white light, and his aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed the consummate karma state by far. In less than 3 breaths of time, his aura was almost the same as Chun Fan's when he had just broken through. It continued to climb. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Only when it reached 10 times did the rate of increase gradually slow down. By then it had already been an hour since Ning Qi had overcome his lightning tribulation. Brother Ning's aura is so terrifying. Don't tell me it's the same as last time. Did you break through and reach the full circle heavens mandate realm? Sun Shu stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Shi Xiaoye and the other two were shocked, but they couldn't be sure of Ning Qi's current cultivation level. Little brother Ning seems to be at the early fate state, but he's much stronger than ordinary cultivators at the early fate state. He's almost as strong as those at the mid-fate state. The Blood Tier commander looked at True Spirit as he spoke. The True Spirit nodded with a smile. That's true. He has a profound foundation. As you can see, when he reached the karma state in the great circle of the Tao-seeking state, he'll be stronger than his peers when he reaches the middle, late, and even the great circle of the fate state. No matter how strong you are, this gap will only become smaller and smaller. Once you reach the rebirth realm, it should be negligible. Chun Fan's eyes lit up with determination. Even if he wasn't Ning Qi's match in a short period of time, he didn't believe that he would be weaker than Ning Qi once he reached the rebirth state. What Chun Fan didn't know was that Ning Qi was only showing his cultivation level on the surface. In fact, Ning Qi's most powerful skill, the power of his body, wasn't shown at all. Only some careful cultivators saw Ning Qi pass through the sky so easily. After the life thunder tribulation, he began to wonder how strong Ning Qi's body was. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. Ning Qi had passed the heavens mandate lightning tribulation in almost perfect condition. Therefore, he didn't need to consolidate his strength at all. He had easily reached the early phase of the fate state without any discomfort. Is that the power of the fate state? Ning Qi closed his eyes and sensed it. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment surged in his heart. If Ning Qi was like a giant with shackles when he was in the karma realm, then now he was like a giant who had removed the shackles. He was still that giant, but his strength was very different. He could do whatever he wanted without worrying about the backlash of the power of karma. Back then, I said that if you are able to advance to the reincarnation stage within 200 years, I will personally take you in as my disciple. Unfortunately, you have already exceeded that deadline. After the dark clouds completely dispersed, the eyeball once again appeared. At the same time, a loud and clear voice exploded above everyone's head. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and then looked at Ning Qi in unison, their hearts filled with horror. This voice had obviously come from the eyeball, and the eyeball was definitely an extremely powerful counselor of the Covenant of Darkness. There was actually a councilman who wanted to take him as a disciple. His aptitude is so strong, it's a pity that he still hasn't reached the standard of a councilman. What a pity! If he could become a disciple of a councilman, he would have a great chance of reaching the 5th step in the future. The Blood Tier commander, Sun Shu, and the others, including the True Spirit, were all astonished. They had already guessed who the councilman was in charge of Ning Qi's advancement to the fate state. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ning Qi cupped his hands. The eyeball that belonged to the councilman stared at Ning Qi for a while, then gradually disappeared. What a pity! The True Spirit heaved a sigh. If Ning Qi could become a disciple of a councilman, it would mean that there would be another person in the 5th district who could rival the True Spirit. 200 years to reach the reincarnation state from the perfect karma state. Are the councilmen so strict when taking in disciples? The True Spirit thought to himself. He shook his head and smiled at Ning Qi. Let's go. Ning Qi nodded. He looked at Sun Shu and the others as soon as he left the valley. The two of them communicated telepathically and decided on a time to meet. Then Ning Qi followed the True Spirit and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chun Fan silently watched Ning Qi leave, then turned around and left with an expressionless face. He should have been happy that he had reached the fate state, but now he was a bit reluctant. Tudwa, I know why he didn't want to be your disciple. The head secretary looked at a figure not far away with a half-smile. Tudwa snorted. If it were me, I'd do the same if I received the Heavenly Wolf Councilman's promise. After all, having an imperishable realm existence as my master is definitely not as prestigious as having a great emperor as my master. What happened in the valley couldn't be hidden from the two of them, even though they hadn't been there in person. They had seen everything from the beginning to the end. You're right, but he's failed now. Shouldn't you ask him if he's willing to be your disciple? Even though he hasn't reached the requirements of a councilman, it's enough for him to reach the fate state from the karma state in 200 years. When you and I were his age, we didn't have this kind of aptitude. The head secretary smiled. A good horse doesn't eat the grass of the past. Don't you know that? Tudwa glared at the head secretary and paused. After a pause, he continued, I'm not here to talk nonsense with you today. What you reported a few days ago, is it true? The ancestor of the corpse race, Li Shang, has reappeared? Of course it's true, but why do you ask? The head secretary was slightly startled and looked at Tudwa suspiciously. Have you forgotten the specialty of the corpse race? Tudwa sneered and said, The corpse race's progenitor has such a pure bloodline. If she takes a bite, even a donkey can become a fifth-step cultivator. If she really appears, I'm afraid many great emperors will gather. You and I have been stuck at the indestructible realm for so long. You and I have been stuck at the imperishable state for so long, but we haven't been able to find a chance to become emperor. How can we let go of such an opportunity? Are you thinking about an ancestor? The head secretary didn't seem to recognize Tudwa. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. How could they deal with a sixth-step cultivator? They're here. I'll tell you in detail later. Tudwa's eyes flickered. Then the true spirit's voice came from outside. The head secretary glanced at Tudwa and opened the door. HM, Mr. Tudwa. Chapter 3519. Greetings, Senior Tudwa. Ning Chi cupped his hands. Even though he was already at the early phase of the fate state, he still felt a faint pressure when facing Tudwa, who was suspected to be at the peak of the fifth step. I heard that you had a close encounter with the ancestor of the corpse race, Li Shang. Tell me more about the details. Tudwa's eyes flickered as he asked. Ningqi nodded and told the whole story. There was nothing to hide, but there was one thing he didn't tell anyone. Li Shang had left a trace of energy in his body. Even the Secretary General hadn't noticed it when he checked Ning Qi's body. You said Li Shang was going to bite you to repay you for letting her out? Tudwa's smile gradually froze. Yes, I refused. I think she was up to no good. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Do you know? Tudwa sighed. If she bites you, you'll be able to form an immortal pill immediately and cross the threshold of the fate state and the rebirth state to reach the fifth step without going through the lightning tribulation? Is that so? The true spirit was stunned and looked at Tudwa in disbelief. Was there really such a good thing in this world where one could directly cross two minor levels and a major realm without going through the lightning tribulation? Why had he never heard of it? Ning Qi was stunned for a moment, his expression changing several times. If what Tudwa said was true, then he might have missed an opportunity. But after calming down, Ning Qi still felt that things weren't that simple. Li Shang must have a plan he didn't know yet. Forget it. If you miss it, then you'll miss it. Moreover, after being bitten, you'll turn into a corpse, which might not be a good thing for you. Suddenly changing races can easily cause a bottleneck in your cultivation. There was once such an example, a genius with outstanding aptitude, a talented prodigy turned into another race by chance. Ever since then, he has disappeared. The Secretary General smiled and said, Everyone has their own opportunities. Misfortune and fortune come together, and misfortune lurks within. He paused. Since you've reached the fate state, I'll keep my promise. Take this Darkness Chronicle. Remember to return it to me when the time comes. The Secretary General took out the Darkness Chronicle and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took it respectfully. If there's nothing else, you can leave. The Secretary General waved his hand. Yes. The true spirit nodded and left with Ning Qi. The Secretary General looked at Tudo again with a serious expression. Don't hide anything from me about what you're up to. Tudo smiled and said, "Since I came looking for you, it means that I want your help. Why would I hide it from you? Although the corpse race progenitor is strong, you have forgotten that the corpse race has a fatal weakness." The Secretary General frowned. Weakness? A human Taoist amulet. Otherwise, how could this corpse race progenitor be suppressed by an ordinary great emperor? As far as I know, mad Taoist strength was only at the bottom of the martial monarchs during that era. Tudwa smiled. Continue. The Secretary General said, "I have a talisman that specializes in restraining the corpse clan. The origin of this talisman just so happens to be inextricably linked to this matter. It came from Senior Brother Mad Taoist." Tudo smiled faintly. Mad Taoist Senior Brother? The Secretary General seemed to recall something, and a look of shock flashed across his face. Even so, one talisman won't be enough to deal with a progenitor. After the Secretary General calmed down, he said in a deep voice, "Deal with her? Who said anything about dealing with her? I'll sell this talisman that can suppress her to her in exchange for 2 drops of blood essence. Can't I?" Tudo said with a grin. The Secretary General pondered for a few breaths and looked at Tudo. "I'll see if I can find her whereabouts." After Ning Chi obtained the Darkness Chronicle, he directly asked for a secret chamber in the headquarters. With his current status, it was very simple for him to ask for a secret chamber. He did not even need to go through the procedures. When the cultivator in charge of logistics found out, he immediately arranged one for him. It was a secret chamber with extremely high defense. Even a 5th-step cultivator's spiritual force would find it difficult to infiltrate it. After entering the secret chamber, Ning Chi sat quietly for more than 10 breaths of time. Then his figure moved slightly and disappeared from the secret chamber. At the top-notch cultivation training ground, Ning Chi smiled as he held the Dark Chronicle in his hands. 3 years should be enough for me to read through the information I want. The Secretary General had agreed to lend him the Darkness Chronicle for 3 days, but in the top-notch cultivation training ground, these 3 days could be used like 3 years. It was equivalent to picking up a big bargain. As he gently flipped through the Darkness Chronicle, Ning Chi's heart stirred slightly as he muttered to himself, "Jiang Tian Shu." The pages of the book flipped quickly. It seemed to be able to sense the information that Ning Chi wanted to retrieve. It didn't need Ning Chi to control it at all. The flipping continued for about a day. Countless pieces of information flashed before Ning Chi's eyes. All of this information was imprinted in his mind. When he wanted to retrieve it in the future, he could easily flip through it. Unlike the Secretary General, the speed at which Ning Chi flipped through the pages of the Darkness Chronicle was obviously many times slower. When the Secretary General had flipped through it, Ning Chi had been unable to remember the information even though he had seen the pages from the corner of his eye. 2 days later, the flipping speed of the Darkness Chronicle was getting slower. Is there no information about Jiang Tianshu recorded in it? Or is his cultivation not qualified to be recorded? A trace of suspicion flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the pages suddenly stopped. Ning Chi fixed his eyes on the page, and a piece of information immediately flowed into his mind. Jiang Tianshu, a descendant of the Jiang family, the first senior brother of the ancient Star Pavilion's Alcade Star Palace, is at the 5th step of the undead state. Father, Jiang Taishu, the grandson of the Jiang family's emperor, is at the 5th step of the undead state. Mother, Feng Yao, a descendant of the Feng family, is at the 5th step of the undead state. She is at the 5th step of the undead state. So, Jiang Tianshu's parents are at the 5th step of the undead state, and his mother is a descendant of the Feng family. Such a background is enough for him to look down on many cultivators. Unfortunately, there's too little information, and it's not detailed enough. Ning Chi thought for a while and whispered again, "Divine Emperor Beixian." The pages of the book flipped rapidly. 3 days later, the pages stopped automatically. There is no information about the divine Emperor Baixian. Ning Qi suspected that this title might have been given to him by the people of the deity world, so there was no record of it in the Darkness Chronicle. He thought for a while and whispered again, "Subhuti." The pages flipped again. This time the pages stopped after half a day, and a bunch of information flowed into Ning Qi's mind. Subhuti, sect master of the Blood Demon sect. Subhuti, a cultivator of the Dark Parliament. Chapter 35:20. After reading the information, Ning Qi was silent for a long time. He had thought that his death in his previous life was related to Jiang Tianshu, but the Great Dark Chronicle actually recorded that he was killed by the Jiang family's great emperor? What kind of secret did he discover in the myriad worlds reincarnation that the Holy Assembly would send a great emperor to kill him? The note at the end of the Great Dark Chronicle was also very interesting. If you find traces of this person's reincarnation, pay close attention. Even the Dark Parliament was so interested in this matter. What he discovered in his previous life was probably very important. A few days later, Ning Qi confirmed that there was no more information about his previous life in the Great Dark Chronicle. Ning Qi then searched for a few keywords: Ning Haotian, Haotian, Genshilai, spider pattern, etc. But he couldn't find any useful information on these keywords. Li Shang. After flipping through the pages for 3 days, a pile of information flowed into Ning Qi's mind. Li Shang, one of the 3 progenitors of the corpse race. He was born a great emperor, but his whereabouts were unknown after the ancient war of emperors ended. The latest information says that Li Shang was suppressed by mad Taoist in the heaven-awakened battlefield of the dark underworld with a forbidden art. Later, the forbidden art was broken by Ning Qi of the 5th district of the Dark Parliament. After Ning Qi saw his name, he had a strange expression on his face. He realized that most of the information in the Dark Age Chronicle wasn't very detailed. It was only a very general introduction. Either it was because the source of the information wasn't able to find detailed information. It was because the true spirit had said that this Great Dark Chronicle wasn't complete, and that the complete Great Dark Chronicle was in the hands of the counselors. 3 years later, Ning Qi left the top cultivation training ground and returned to the secret room of the Dark Parliament's headquarters. He returned the Great Dark Chronicle and left for the place where he had arranged to meet Sun Shu and the others. In the past 3 years, Ning Qi had searched through a lot of information. Eventually, he ran out of keywords and chose the details of the big shots. At least when he saw them in the future, he would be able to recognize them immediately. But unfortunately, the Great Emperor Realm existences basically didn't have any appearances. Only the Undying Realm, Immortal Realm, and Eternal Realm could be seen from the information. For example, Jiang Tianshu's father, Jiang Taishu, and mother, Feng Yao. Ning Qi already knew what they looked like. Not far from the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness, there was a restaurant called the Skywind Restaurant. It was said that it was opened by a commander, so its business was very good. Many cultivators in the Covenant of Darkness often visited this place. A few days ago, Ning Qi had made an appointment with Sun Shu and the others. By the time he arrived, the 4 of them had already taken their seats. "Brother Ning, congratulations, congratulations." After Ning Qi sat down, the 4 of them smiled and congratulated him. Many cultivators in the restaurant subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Most of them knew who he was. In the past few days, Ning Qi's reputation was much greater than when he had advanced to the Karma realm. After all, he had been inspected by a councilman. Even if he didn't manage to become a disciple of a senator, he was already very powerful. "Have you been in the headquarters these days?" Ning Qi laughed. "Occasionally I'll be at the headquarters, but most of the time I'll be out on missions. After all, the burning karma fruit is hard to find, and I'll have to start collecting it now. It'll be too late to look for it when I reach karma perfection." Sun Shu smiled. "Although you said that you are looking for the burning karma fruit, you have spent most of your time on the heavenly origin stone. The essence stones that you earned because of Brother Ning should have almost been consumed by you, right? If you absorb all of these origin essence stones, your current strength will be at least 3 times stronger. Points. Dream Yunza rolled his eyes at Sun Shu. Ning Qi discovered that Sun Shu's cultivation was indeed a little weaker than Shi Xiaoye and the other 2. Logically speaking, the 4 of them had similar aptitudes, and they had broken through at the same time, so there was no reason for it to be like this. Only after hearing Dream Cloud Zay's words did he know that Sun Shu had probably earned back then. All the origin essence stones had been squandered away. Isn't this for the burning karma fruit? Sun Shu said with a guilty conscience, I won't be staying in the headquarters for too long this time. How about this? Let's go to the Heavenly Origin Stone Exchange Market. Ningqi laughed. At the Fate Realm, the cultivation resources needed would skyrocket. He also needed to replenish his treasury. 4th step cultivators could directly absorb origin essence stones to increase their cultivation level. When he advanced to the Karma Realm, he had directly broken through to the perfected stage. However, he was only at the early phase of the Fate state. He would have to absorb a lot of essence stones if he wanted to make a breakthrough. As soon as Ningqi said this, the eyes of Sun Shu and the other 3 lit up. Even the cultivators who were eavesdropping on their conversation had a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. A few hundred years ago, Ningqi had defeated Master Zhe Duo, a level 5 Heaven Origin Master, at the Heavenly Origin Stone Exchange Market. Many people still remembered that. Brother Ning will be relying on you this time. The cultivation resources given by our families are really not as good as you taking us to the Heavenly Origin Stone Exchange Market, Sun Shu said happily. Shi Xiaoye opened her mouth slowly and was about to say something. She suddenly closed her mouth and looked into the distance. They saw a figure go up the stairs and walk straight towards Ningqi and the others. Qin Fan? The few of them looked at each other in surprise. What was Qin Fan doing here? They weren't from the same generation as Qin Fan, and they hadn't interacted much before. Brother Ning. Qin Fan looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Brother Qin, what's the matter? Ning Qi smiled. My master once told me that talent doesn't mean everything. How far you can walk on the road depends on yourself. Although Brother Ning has many backers behind him, and even the Heaven's mandate Thunder Tribulation was interfered with and reduced its power. But I hope Brother Ning can understand this truth, because people can only rely on themselves. Qin Fan smiled. Having said that, he smiled at Sun Shu and the others and turned to leave. Ning Qi frowned and looked at Shi Xiaoye and the others. Is there something wrong with his mind? Shi Xiaoye and the others looked at each other strangely and then shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Qin Fan hadn't left yet. After hearing Ning Qi's words, he couldn't help but pause and turn to Ning Qi. Brother Ning, you don't understand? What do I mean? I understand, but I don't know why you're saying this to me. Are we very close? Ning Qi said lightly. I hope you know what to do. Qin Fan was silent for a few breaths. Then he smiled and turned to go down the stairs. Brother Ning, I've heard that Qin Fan likes to offend people. I've finally seen it for myself today. He said that someone interfered with your Thunder Tribulation and reduced its power. He doesn't even need to think about it. How could a Thunder Tribulation be possible? Interfered with? Niao Yu shook his head and said with a smile, Forget it. There's no need to pay attention to this kind of person. Let's go to the Heavenly Source Pavilion and see if there are any good things. Chapter 35:21. After everyone arrived at the Heavenly Origin Stone Trading Market, they headed straight for the Heavenly Origin Pavilion. However, if there were any Heavenly Origin stones that caught Ning Qi's eye, he would secretly note them down. Master Komodo, help me take a look at this Heaven Source Stone. I came here first. Master, please help me take a look first. As soon as they entered the Heavenly Source Pavilion, they saw that one of the courtyards was extremely lively. Many Karma Realm cultivators were surrounding a cultivator from the Immortal Palace. When did Komodo become a master? Sun Shu was dumbfounded. I don't know about this either. Dream Yunze shook his head as he looked at Komodo with a strange expression. Komodo's face was beaming with joy, and his eyes revealed a hint of pride from time to time. He helped others determine the value of the heavenly source stones while collecting origin essence stones. In a short period of time, he had already collected hundreds of origin essence stones. At this time, an Immortal Palace cultivator happened to pass by them. Sun Shu stopped him and asked, Master Komodo, what's going on? Oh, so it's senior name. After being stopped, the Immortal Palace sect cultivator saw Ning Qi and immediately bowed respectfully. Then he began to answer Sun Shu's questions. After a while, the crowd let him go. It turned out that Komodo had been a heaven origin master for a period of time. Furthermore, his fees were cheap and he had sharp eyes. Hence, his business was doing very well. There was an endless stream of cultivators who came to him to judge the value of heaven origin stones. Every day, he would earn at least 10,000 essence stones. This guy was unable to advance to the karma stage for 3,000 years. I never imagined that he would find another way to learn a heaven genesis technique from his uncle, Master Duo, and even become a level 2 heaven genesis master? Sun Shu looked at Komodo with a hint of envy in his voice. Don't be envious. It's your uncle's, not a heavenly origin master. Dream Yunze smiled. What? My heavenly origin stone is of such extraordinary quality, yet you say it's worthless? What kind of bullshit master are you? No wonder your fees are so cheap. A cultivator suddenly stared angrily at Komodo. His loud voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Let's go, there's a good show to watch. Sun Shu's eyes lit up. This heavenly origin stone of yours is simply an ordinary stone. Any expert in this field would be able to tell. What are your intentions in bringing it here for me to appraise? Komodo stared coldly at the Karma Realm cultivator. He was holding a white stone in his hand. It was different from ordinary heavenly source stones. There were no signs of age on it. It was as if it had been casually dug out from the foot of a mountain. That's right, this is just an ordinary stone. Even we can tell, let alone Master Komodo. Is he trying to blackmail us? Don't delay us. Hurry up and leave. Nonsense. This heavenly source stone was given to me by a senior. He told me that there must be treasures inside. That is a 5th step cultivator. How could his words be false? The cultivator did not care about the crowd's mockery and ridicule. He still believed that the heavenly source stone in his hand was a good item. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. A 5th step cultivator? Is this for real? Everyone looked at the cultivator suspiciously, as if they wanted to see if he was lying from his expression. If what he said was true, then this stone might really be something. Let me see it again. Komodo frowned. 10 breaths later, Komodo flipped it over and over again. He looked at it very carefully. Finally, he threw the stone at that guy. Scram! Look, it really is a stone. What the hell? Bringing a stone to the Heavenly Source Pavilion? Isn't that just asking to be humiliated? And you call yourself a Karma Realm cultivator? Don't you care about your reputation? The crowd started another round of mockery. Let me see. A voice suppressed the crowd. Ning Qi slowly walked into the crowd, exuding the aura of a fate state cultivator. The surrounding cultivators made way for him. Some of them were surprised, but someone recognized Ning Qi after a few breaths. Their eyes flashed with shock. It's you? Komodo instinctively took a step back when he saw Ning Qi. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. Komodo, I haven't seen you in a few hundred years. You've become a level 2 Heavenly Source Master. Not bad. Ning Qi smiled. It's all thanks to you. Komodo put on a fake smile. He calmly returned to his original position, but the fear on his face had been seen by many people. Look, who are you? The cultivator didn't seem to be in the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness often, so he didn't recognize Ning Qi. However, someone immediately told him about Ning Qi. What? Even Master Zhe was defeated by you? Please forgive me for my rudeness. Please take a look. The cultivator was shocked and quickly handed the stone to Ning Qi respectfully. However, a trace of doubt that was hard to detect flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's just a stupid stone. What's so special about it? Komodo smiled, but everyone could see the nervousness in his eyes. It would be a slap in the face if the stupid stone he appraised turned out to be something valuable in Ning Qi's eyes. This stone, Ning Qi played with it for a while. Sun Shu and the rest also looked at the stone. Then they looked at each other. Even though they didn't like Komodo, they had to admit that Komodo's judgment was correct. This was a useless stone. 500 origin stones. Are you selling it? Ning Qi suddenly smiled. 500 origin stones. Everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. They weren't surprised by the price. 500 origin stones was peanuts to them. They were surprised that Ning Qi was willing to spend 500 origin stones for a stupid stone. Didn't that mean that the stone was valuable? Are you sure you're not mistaken? 500 origin essence stones to buy a rotten rock? Komodo said immediately, "It's not up to you whether it's stupid or not." Ning Qi smiled. When Komodo heard this, he looked at Ning Qi with uncertainty. He even suspected that Ning Qi was using this opportunity to humiliate him in front of everyone. 500 origin stones. The cultivator shook his head. That fifth-step cultivator said that this stone can only be sold for 1 million origin stones. 500 is too low. I'm not selling it. As he spoke, a trace of mockery flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he concealed it very well so no one noticed. 1 million, then. Ning Qi smiled. 1 million. Sell it to me. A voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw Komodo walking over with a few cultivators. "Uncle." Komodo went forward and bowed. Before he could speak, Komodo looked at the cultivator again. 1 million. Are you selling it? Chapter 35:22. 1 million. The cultivator holding the stone pondered for a few moments before suddenly smiling. The highest bidder wins. I wonder if there's anyone who offers a higher price? As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi. Ning Qi did not disappoint him. He smiled and said, 2 million origin essence stones. 2 million! This time, even Komodo thought that he had misjudged. Otherwise, how could Ning Qi continue to raise the price by 1 million for a rotten stone? 2 million origin essence stones to humiliate him? Komodo did not think that he was worth that much money. I didn't expect Master Komodo to really misjudge. Sigh. What master? He's just a level 2 heavenly origin master. These two are the real masters. Since they've raised the price, it means that this heavenly origin stone is indeed valuable. That's right. Everyone discussed in low voices. However, no matter how low the voices were, they still reached Komodo's ears. His expression turned extremely ugly when he heard the ridicule in the discussions. 3 million. Zhe Duo said indifferently. 3 million origin essence stones? That cultivator wanted to make a decision on the spot to prevent any accidents from happening. However, he still wanted to see what price Ning Qi would offer. Hence, he looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. Forget it. I can't judge this heavenly origin stone. Since Master Zhe Duo has offered 3 million, I'll let you have it. Ning Qi smiled. When Sun Shu and the others saw this, their hearts suddenly moved slightly. They faintly felt that something was wrong. Do you think it's only worth 3 million? Zhe Duo looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently. We'll know when we cut it open. Ning Qi smiled. Zhe Duo's expression turned ugly. Previously, he had suffered at Ning Qi's hands. This time he had planned to rob Ning Qi. However, he did not expect that Ning Chi would not follow after he offered 3 million. This gave him a bad premonition. Here are 3 million origin essence stones. Zhe Duo tossed a universe ring to the Karma Realm cultivator. The other party scanned it with his divine sense and confirmed that the number was correct. He then handed the stone to Zhe Duo. Seniors, I still have important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. However, the nearby cultivators who were watching the show stopped him one after another. Don't be anxious. This heavenly source stone was given to you by a fifth step cultivator. Now that Master Zhe Duo has personally cut it open, aren't you curious about what's inside? Really meddling in other people's business. The cultivator cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show the slightest anger on his face. He just smiled and said, "There is indeed something urgent." Everyone looked at him with smiles on their faces. They still had no intention of letting him go. There were several fate realm existences among them. A mere karma realm cultivator would not dare to force his way out. Senior Zhe Duo, I'll wait here for you to cut open the stone. The karma realm cultivator could only turn around and look at Zhe Duo. Zhe Duo's eyes moved slightly. He put away the stone and said indifferently, I also have some urgent matters to attend to. I can't gamble here. Everyone's eyes were filled with disappointment when they heard that. They really wanted to see what could be inside this rotten stone that didn't even look like a heavenly source stone. However, they didn't expect Zhe Duo to not want to gamble publicly. Ning Chi's lips moved slightly, and Sun Shu's eyes lit up. He immediately said, Master Zhe Duo, I don't think that rotten stone is even a heavenly source stone. You spent 3 million to buy it. Could it be that you were mistaken? Sun Shu, who do you think you are? How dare you say that my uncle is blind? My uncle is a rank 5 heavenly source master. You're not even fit to carry his shoes. Komodo said angrily. Komodo, you just said that the stone was trash. Why are you changing your mind so quickly? Dream Cloud laughed. My uncle's eyesight is naturally better than mine. Komodo was speechless for a moment. He couldn't find any other reason. Master Zhe Duo, let's cut open the stone here and take a look. Actually, we also don't think that this stone is a heavenly source stone. However, since you've taken a fancy to it, it means that it is indeed interesting. Why don't you let us open our eyes? A fate realm cultivator said with a smile. As soon as he said this, many cultivators in the vicinity immediately echoed his words. If Zhe Duo still turned around and left, his reputation in the heavenly source stone market would definitely be affected. Zhe Duo's gaze landed on the cultivator selling the heavenly source stone. The other party immediately said, Master Zhe Duo, please don't worry. This heavenly source stone was given to me by a rank 5 cultivator. It definitely won't disappoint you. Since everyone wants to see its performance, then fine. Zhe Duo smiled and took out the white stone. He first used the most common method, grinding the skin. After a cup of tea's time, everyone's expression became a lot more strange because the grinding effect wasn't very good. They still couldn't see anything. Zhe Duo muttered to himself for a few breaths of time before slowly probing the white stone. Normally, he would only need around 2 hours to cut it open, but now he spent a full 6 hours. More and more cultivators began to gather around him. These cultivators were all from the Heavenly Origin Pavilion. Among them were several Heavenly Source Masters from the Heavenly Source Pavilion. When they saw the stone in Zhe Duo's hand, the expressions of these Heavenly Source Masters changed. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and their expressions became a little solemn. In the end, Zhe Duo finished cutting the white stone. He had already cut it into pieces, but apart from the pieces on the ground, he didn't see anything else. As expected, it's just a rotten stone. Sun Shu said with a meaningful smile. The surrounding cultivators looked at each other, and their gazes towards Zhe Duo changed slightly. However, due to Zhe Duo's status as a rank 5 Heavenly Source Master, They didn't dare to speak on the spot. How could this be? Could it be that the rank 5 cultivator also saw wrongly? The cultivator selling the stone softly muttered to himself, I really didn't see wrongly. Komodo said in his heart as a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. However, he immediately reacted and hurriedly looked towards Zayduo. Seeing that Zayduo's attention wasn't on him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If Zayduo discovered his current mood, he would probably be chased out of the Dark Council headquarters by Zayduo. Master Zayduo, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your eyesight has deteriorated again. A rotten stone for a high price of 3 million essence stones. Is this the demeanor of a heavenly source pavilion master? Sorry for the disrespect. Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled. You tricked me. After a long silence, Zayduo suddenly raised his head and looked at Ningqi. Everyone could faintly see that his shoulders were trembling, as if he was angered. When everyone heard Zayduo's angry and humiliating words, they suddenly understood something. They couldn't help but look at Ningqi in disbelief. Chapter 35:23. Master Zayduo, why do you have to be so harsh? What do you mean by tricking you? I was going to spend 1 million origin essence stones to buy this stone for ornamental purposes, but you jumped out to compare the price with me. What do you expect me to do? Ningqi smiled. Zayduo was speechless and did not know what to say. He could only stare at Ningqi with anger in his eyes. The Karma Realm cultivator looked at Ningqi in bewilderment, and a trace of deep fear flashed in his eyes. By the way, you said that this heavenly source stone was given to you by a 5th step cultivator. I want to know which 5th step cultivator is so embarrassing that he can't even tell the difference between a stone and a heavenly source stone? Ningqi looked at the Karma Realm cultivator and smiled. The Karma Realm cultivator was stunned for a moment before he squeezed out a smile. I can't reveal Senior's name. Got it. Ningqi nodded with a smile and looked at Sun Shu and the rest. Let's go to the other courtyards. Okay. Sun Shu smiled. After Ningqi and the others left, Zayduo coldly looked at the Karma Realm cultivator. Seeing this, the other party quickly said, Senior Zayduo, there are gains and losses in stone gambling. You can't blame me for that. He had taken advantage of this point. If he used other things to deceive others, there was a high chance that he would lose. However, many people did it on purpose, and others could not explain it. If he was deceived, he could only blame himself. You're good. Zayduo sneered and turned to leave. Seeing this, Komodo hurried to catch up. TSK, congratulations. A rotten stone was exchanged for 3 million origin essence stones from Master Zayduo. Everyone looked at the Karma Realm cultivator with envy and mockery. If he had deceived someone else, it might not have been a big deal. However, he had deceived Zayduo, and this was a big deal. At the very least, he would not be able to survive in the headquarters' heavenly source stone trading market. How would I know that even a 5th step cultivator would make a mistake? Sigh, the Karma Realm cultivator sighed and left. For the next few days, Ningqi and the others spent most of their time in the heavenly stone trading market. When Commander Bloodtear and Commander Injin heard the news, they hurried over. With the two of them as his backing, no one dared to compete with Ningqi for any heavenly stone he wanted to buy. However, those who had the qualifications to compete for it had to be careful. After all, even a heavenly Genesis master like Zayduo had been tricked twice by Ningqi. They did not have the confidence that they would be able to win against Ningqi. 7 days later, Ningqi and the others exchanged all the heavenly source stones and left the heavenly source stone trading market. Apart from themselves, no one knew how much profit they had made from the heavenly source stones in the past 7 days. Little brother Ning, remember to look for us the next time you come back. The Bloodtear commander and the others looked at Ningqi reluctantly. No problem. Ningqi smiled and nodded. then left the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness with the true soul. In just 7 days, 200 million essence stones. Only Brother Ning can lead us to such a good result, right? Commander Injen couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. The Blood Tier commander smiled. Didn't you notice that the Heavenly Genesis Master's eyes were all green with envy? After a pause, he looked at Sun Shu and the others. You guys also earned 100 million, right? Yes. The 4 of them nodded and were filled with joy. Although they didn't earn as much as the Blood Tier commander and the True Soul, they were only Karma Realm cultivators. 100 million essence stones would allow them to cultivate comfortably for 1,000 years without worrying about cultivation resources. After Ningqi returned to the 5th district, he said goodbye to Zhenling. At the same time, he went to check on the situation of the Chao Yin Pavilion's pavilion master and the others in the flesh and blood training camp. After confirming that they were doing well, he left the 5th district and flew toward the Ancient Star Pavilion. Half a year later, Ningqi returned to the Ancient Star Pavilion. It took him 2 hours to find his own cave in the Alcade Star Palace. It was exclusive to the inner sect disciples, but it was different from the core disciples' individual courtyards and mountain ranges. The inner sect disciples didn't have such good treatment. There was a total of 50 mountain ranges in the Alcade Star Palace, and each mountain range had dozens to 100 individual courtyards. Ningqi's cave was located on one of the mountain ranges. There were more than 70 inner sect disciples living in that mountain range. When they felt Ningqi's aura, they all woke up from their closed-door cultivation and walked out of their caves to look at Ningqi. You're the new junior brother? A peak Karma Realm cultivator suddenly asked. He seemed to have condensed a rank 1 ancient star body, and his body was constantly emitting a powerful aura. From this, it could be inferred that this person's status was similar to Xiong He was one of the top inner sect disciples and had a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Ningqi smiled and ignored him, walking towards his cave abode. How dare you? You dare to not answer Senior Brother Situ's question? Several inner sect disciples suddenly shouted in unison. With them leading the way, the remaining inner sect disciples also reprimanded Ningqi. Their words were extremely flattering towards Senior Brother Situ. Why do I have to go back? Ningqi stopped and calmly looked at the crowd. At the same time, the aura of the fate state was released from his body. At the same time, a terrifying aura of vitality burst out from his physical body, directly crushing Brother Situ. Compared to Ningqi, Senior Brother Situ's aura was like that of an ant, while Ningqi's was like that of an elephant. There was no comparison at all. Fate state. Everyone looked at Ningqi in disbelief. They didn't want to believe it, but the terrifying pressure forced them to believe that Ningqi's cultivation was much higher than theirs. Senior Brother Situ's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands and said, So it's Senior Brother. How should I address you? I'm used to living alone, so you can choose to move to the nearby mountain range. Ningqi smiled and didn't answer Senior Brother Situ's question. After saying that, he entered his cave. Everyone looked at each other, then finally at Senior Brother Situ. Ridiculous. So what if he's at the fate state? You want to kick us out? The Alcade Star Palace doesn't have such rules. Situ-ing squeezed out a sneer. That's right. This guy is too arrogant. But where did he come from? Why does he have an inner disciple at the fate state? There are less than a handful of inner disciples at that level in our sect. I've seen them all. It can't be this guy. No matter where he comes from, Senior Brother Situ not only has a natal star, but also a first-rank ancient star constitution. He also has a core disciple to support him. We don't have to be afraid of him. Let's go back and cultivate. Situ-ing coldly glanced at Ningqi's cave, then turned around and walked back to his own cave. The next day, no one chose to leave because of Ningqi's words. Ningqi walked out of his cave and went to the cave closest to him. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Chi gently knocked on the door. What do you want? The inner disciple obviously knew that Ning Chi was at the door. His tone was anxious and nervous. This is my first time here. I want to compete with junior brother. Ning Chi smiled. I refuse. The inner disciple's firm voice came from inside. Chapter 35:24. How dare you? The inner disciple stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. Ning Chi smiled. Brother, please enlighten me. Bang, bang, bang. Every time his fist landed on flesh, there would be a dull thud. The other cultivators in the cave residences could hear the thud as if it had landed on their bodies. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble along with the thud. A dozen seconds later, brother, stop fighting. I'll leave, okay? The inner disciple knelt on the ground with a swollen face, glaring at Ning Chi with grief. Brother, take care. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. After the inner court disciple left, Ning Chi glanced around and once again walked towards the nearest abode. That abode instantly erupted with a layer of misty golden light. It was actually the most powerful defensive array formation. Don't come over. I won't fight you. A terrified voice came from the cave abode, shrouded in golden light. Ning Chi smiled and tore the formation that could withstand a dozen consecutive attacks from someone at the fate state was torn apart as if it were made of paper. Brother Situ, help. Brother Situ, is he out of his mind? We'll be kicked out of this place if this goes on. Brother, think of something. More than a dozen inner court disciples ran into Situ's abode stealthily with anxious expressions. They didn't dare to stay in their own abode. With Ning Chi's speed of challenging the dojo, it would be their turn in less than half a day. He won't dare to kill us, Situing said after a moment of silence. Of course, everyone thought to themselves. Isn't that obvious? Of course. Ning Chi wouldn't dare to kill them. However, he still remembered how miserable the other disciples were. Death wasn't scary. The most terrifying thing was to be seriously injured and not be able to fight back. I have an idea. Situ-ing suddenly stood up. Everyone looked at him with joy. At the same time, a voice came from outside. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then they looked at him with joy. At the same time, a voice came from outside the door. Junior brother Situ-ing, open the door. Brother Situ-ing, open the door. So fast. Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they heard Ning Chi's voice. They all looked at Situ-ing, hoping that he would come up with a solution. Don't be afraid. Come with me. Situ-ing sneered and walked towards the door. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, they couldn't avoid it. They stood up and followed Situ-ing. The door slowly opened. Ning Chi laughed as he looked at Situ-ing and the dozens of inner disciples behind him. So lively. Situ-ing slowly opened his mouth and said, I'll pack my things and take them away immediately. Was this Situ-ing's method? Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. It's too late. Ning Chi smiled. Everyone's expression changed drastically. 2 hours later, Situ-ing and more than a dozen inner court disciples fled from the mountain they were in. Everyone's head was swollen like a pig's head, and their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises. I will never let him off. After walking far away, Situ-ing suddenly stopped and looked at the mountains. Senior brother Situ, your elder brother is a true disciple. Why don't you ask him to help? Shut up. Is there a need to ask my big brother for help? Do you want me to be scolded by my big brother? If he finds out that I can't even protect my own cave, how can I stay in the ancient star system pavilion? Situ-ing angrily scolded the cultivator who made the suggestion. After a pause, he continued, No matter how strong he is only an inner disciple. We just need to ask a core disciple to help. I have a good relationship with senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu. Once I recover, I'll go visit him. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Bai Xiaoqiu was a top core disciple. With someone like him helping them, they would definitely be able to pay back the humiliation they suffered today 10 times over. It's quiet now. Ningqi smiled and walked toward the cave. There was no trace of anyone else in the entire mountain beside him. Although the ancient star system pavilion didn't allow disciples to kill each other, Ningqi was very careful and didn't hurt anyone's foundation. Even if this matter was brought to the enforcement hall, no one would be able to do anything to him. After returning to the cave abode, Ningqi entered the top-notch cultivation training ground as soon as his combat state was lifted. Ningqi's net worth had reached 10 billion, along with the origin stones he had earned at the Heaven Stone Market in District 5. He wouldn't have to worry about the lack of cultivation resources for a long time to come, not to mention that he had reached the Fate State. He had also reached the Fate Realm, so he could start cultivating the ancient star physique again. I'll increase my cultivation level first, and then absorb the power of the stars to refine the ancient star physique. Ningqi's thoughts flickered, and 1,000 origin essence stones appeared in front of him. With a thought, these origin essence stones suddenly exploded, turning into balls of pure origin essence power, and were directly sucked into Ningqi's mouth. In less than an hour, Ningqi had absorbed all the primordial energy, and he could clearly feel that his cultivation had improved a little. At this rate, I can devour 12,000 origin stones a day, which is more than 4 million a year. 10 billion origin stones is enough for more than 2,000 years of cultivation. But Ningqi's eyes flickered. The system called origin stones star soul stones. The first time he had obtained one was in the divine Luo secret realm. At that time, 50 star soul stones could be refined into star soul essence by the system with merit points. Since star soul stones could be directly absorbed to increase cultivation level, star soul essence should be able to do the same. Essence should be able to do the same, and the effect might be stronger than the same amount of star soul stones. One star soul stone is 1 million, so 10 billion star soul stones is about 10,000 star soul stones. I should be able to refine 200 star soul essence. Thinking about this, Ningqi immediately took out 50 star soul stones and spent 500,000 merit points to let the system refine star soul essence. Once the star soul essence was refined, Ningqi held it in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Power continued to flow out from the star soul essence and into Ningqi's body through his palm. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years passed. The star soul essence in Ningqi's hand was completely digested. During this time, the amount of origin energy he absorbed was similar to directly devouring origin stones. The only difference was that 50 million origin stones could only provide Ningqi with more than 10 years of cultivation. It had been used by Ningqi to cultivate for more than 10 years, but after he had condensed it into star soul essence, its effect was 3 times stronger. That was equivalent to 50 million origin stones, being equivalent to 150 million origin stones. As expected. Chapter 35:25. The Core Courtyard. When Situ Ing had just recuperated from his injuries and was no longer in a sorry state, he arrived at the Core Academy of Yao Guang Star Palace. The territory here was much larger than the Inner Sect Academy, and it took him several days to arrive at a mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist. 2 stone statues stood on either side of the stairs in the middle of the mountain, staring at Situ Ing coldly. "Who are you?" One of the stone statues spoke with an emotionless voice. "Situ Ing from the inner courtyard of the Alcade Star Palace is here to see brother by Xiaoqiu." Situ Ing glanced at the 2 puppets and said indifferently. Even though the 2 puppets were at the early phase of the fate state, they were still puppets. Situ Ing didn't have to be humble in front of them. "Identity token." The stone statue spoke again. Situ Ing took out his identity token. The puppet looked at it and slowly nodded. It turned around and walked up the stairs, gradually disappearing into the clouds. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it reappeared. It looked at Situ Ing and said, Master invites you in. Please follow me." Situ Ing nodded and followed the puppet up the stairs. Not long after, he was brought to the front of a large hall. As soon as he entered the hall, more than a dozen eyes fell on him. They were all inner disciples like him, but they rarely interacted with each other. Bai Xiaoqiu sat in the middle of the hall and smiled at Situ Ing. "Brother Situ Ing, what can I do for you today?" Situ Ing looked at the other inner disciples. Bai Xiaoqiu smiled. "We're all on the same side. Speak your mind." This. A trace of hesitation flashed across Situ Ying's face. He clenched his teeth and told them what had happened in a low voice. After learning that Situ Ing had been driven out of his cave residence, the dozen or so inner disciples were surprised and gloated. However, they hid it very well. After all, Situ Ying's identity wasn't simple. His brother, Situ Changkong, was a core disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. Although Jiang Tianshu had chased away Fei Xuanzi and snatched his position as the first senior brother, Situ Changkong, who was Fei Xuanzi's direct disciple, had been having a hard time recently. His status as a true disciple was still there. Even if a tiger fell from grace, it wouldn't be these people. He could be bullied. Isn't it better to let senior brother Situ Changkong handle this? He's just an inner disciple at the Fate State. I don't think he'll give me face. Bai Xiaoqiu smiled. However, there were some doubts in his heart. Many faces flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't figure out who Situ Ing was talking about. "Senior brother, you know my big brother's temperament. If he finds out that I can't even protect my abode..." Situ Ing looked at Bai Xiaoqiu awkwardly. "Is that so?" Bai Xiaoqiu pondered. Situ Ing cursed in his heart, but he smiled and said, "If senior brother can help junior brother, then if senior brother has anything in the future, junior brother is willing to pass on the message to big brother." "You're the one who said it. You better remember it." Bai Xiaoqiu smiled. "Junior brother will bear this in mind." Situ Ing nodded. "Then let's go. Let's see which inner disciple is so overbearing to steal the abode of a fellow disciple. This doesn't conform to the rules of the ancient Star Pavilion." Bai Xiaoqiu got up and smiled. After that, with Bai Xiaoqiu in the lead, a dozen or so inner sect disciples followed closely behind, heading towards the inner sect courtyard. Along the way, some inner sect disciples joined the group from time to time. These inner sect disciples were the victims that Ning Qi had chased away. When they arrived at the inner sect, there were more than 100 people. Isn't that senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu a core disciple? What is he doing in the inner sect? Why are there so many people following him? Did something big happen? When Bai Xiaoqiu and the others flew over a mountain range, many inner disciples noticed the commotion and came out. Situ Ing. An inner disciple looked at Situ Ing and realized something. "I see. You guys were in seclusion, so you didn't know that an inner disciple at the Destiny State had come to Situ Ying's mountain range. He killed Situ Ing and the others. This time, Situ Ing must have asked senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu to help him get revenge. There's such a thing? Who's so overbearing to drive away Situ Ing? Doesn't he know that his big brother is a core disciple?" Everyone's face revealed a trace of shock. Then, in order to watch the show, they all flew into the air and followed Bai Xiaoqiu and the others. Unknowingly, the group behind Bai Xiaoqiu had grown to a few hundred people. They were all inner disciples that had come to watch the show, including Ning Qi's familiar faces, Xiong Lai, Fei Luo, and Zhang Jingtao. "Senior brother, he's in this cave." After Situ Ing returned to the mountain range where he used to live, he pointed at Ning Qi's cave with a venomous expression. "I see." Bai Xiaoqiu smiled and nodded. Then he suddenly pointed his finger. The surrounding spiritual qi instantly condensed at his fingertip. The space distorted visibly. Then, a terrifying force gushed out and landed on Ning Qi's cave. The door. Boom! There was a loud noise. The door shattered, and the entire cave collapsed in an instant. When the smoke dissipated, Everyone saw that the originally intact cave had become a ruin. How come there's no one? Everyone was startled. There was no one in the ruins. Where is he? Bai Xiaoqiu frowned and looked at Situ Ying. Senior brother, when I left, he was clearly in the cave. Maybe he got wind of it and escaped? Situ Ying's expression was ugly. Hiding? Hee, let me check his identity. Unless he leaves the ancient star system pavilion, he won't be able to hide anywhere. Bai Xiaoqiu sneered and took out a ball that looked like it was made of white jade. The ball floated before him, and countless streams of information that only Bai Xiaoqiu could see flashed across it. God-sifting knowledge ball? When everyone saw this ball, there was a flash of envy in their eyes. The divine sieve knowledge ball wasn't very precious, but because it was a new product that had only appeared 100 years ago, its price was a bit expensive. One cost around 10 million origin stones. Even inner sect disciples of the ancient star system pavilion didn't have enough. Even inner disciples of the ancient star system pavilion couldn't afford a god-sifting knowledge ball. This was why many cultivators were waiting. According to their experience, after 1,000 years, the price of the god-sifting knowledge ball would fall greatly. It was possible that one could be bought for 1 million origin stones. Senior brother Bai, you were looking for me? Chapter 35:26. It was Yi Buhui, a core disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. Yi Buhui glanced at the crowd and nodded slightly. Her eyes fell on Bai Xiaoqiu with a trace of doubt. Junior's sister, Buhui, did a new inner court disciple come to the mountain range where Situ Ying is? What's his background and name? Bai Xiaoqiu smiled. Situ Ying. Yi Buhui was lost in thought. After a few seconds, she said, yes, there was indeed an outer disciple promoted to inner disciple some time ago. This is the cave residence I arranged for him. Who is it? Bai Xiaoqiu smiled. Ning Qi was originally a disciple of Astral, 93 in the outer sect. Senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu met him before. During the competition between our Alcade Star Palace's outer sect and Mizar Palace's outer sect, it was on the Battle Star Arena. Yi Buhui smiled. It's him? Bai Xiaoqiu was slightly stunned. In the distance, Xiong Lai and the other two were also shocked when they heard Ning Qi's name. The three of them already knew about Ning Qi's promotion to an inner disciple, so they weren't shocked. What shocked them was that someone had just told them that an inner disciple at the Fate State had kicked out Situ Ying, who was even stronger than Xiong Lai, out of his cave residence. Fate State. How many years had it been? That guy had already passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the Fate State? The three of them couldn't believe it. How could an outer disciple who has just been promoted to inner disciple be at the Fate State? A trace of doubt flashed in Situ Ying's eyes. Those inner sect disciples who were personally driven out of the cave by Ning Qi also had the same thoughts as Situ Ying. Brother Bai, did he do something wrong? Yi Buhui asked. He ignored our friendship and drove away all the other disciples in his mountain. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he will make a big mistake in the future. Bai Xiaoqiu said. I didn't know that. Yi Buhui was slightly stunned. Sister, leave it to me. Were you in seclusion just now? I won't bother you anymore. Bai Xiaoqiu smiled. With a thought, Yi Buhui's image disappeared. Then he put away the divine soul sphere and looked at Situ Ying. If you have any news about this boy, remember to inform me. During this period, you can go back to your own cultivate in the cave abode. Yes, senior brother. Situ Ying nodded. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't find Ning Qi today, it was still good to be able to return to his cave. After Bai Xiaoqiu left, the rest of the inner disciples also left. As for Situ Ying and the others, they all returned to their own caves. A few of them were still angry, so they attacked Ning Qi's cave a few more times. Only then did they return to their caves. Since Bai Xiaoqiu had spoken, they naturally did not have to be afraid of Ning Qi. Top-level cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi absorbed the essence of 20 star souls, he finally broke through from the early heavens mandate realm to the mid-heavens mandate realm. It took him more than 600 years. This speed was many times faster than that of ordinary people. Apart from Ning Chi's strong foundation and the star soul essence, ordinary fate state, cultivators didn't have an endless supply of origin stones for cultivation. 20 star soul essence was equivalent to 10 million origin stones. 100 million origin stones. Even a rebirth state expert's net worth was only this much. After the breakthrough, Ning Chi continued to cultivate with the star soul essence in his hand. Time passed slowly. Spring and autumn had passed for a total of 1,200 times. After 1,200 years, Ning Chi absorbed another 40 star soul essence and successfully reached the late heavens mandate realm. Only 4 or 5 years had passed in the outside world. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes and felt the surging energy in his body. He couldn't help but smile. He still had more than 140 star soul essence. If he absorbed all of them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the full realm of fate. In this way, he wouldn't be far from the rebirth state. Thinking of this, Ning Chi slowly closed his eyes again and entered a meditative state. He wanted to reach the full realm in one go. Another few thousand years passed. The amount of origin chi needed to reach the full realm of fate was much more than the sum of the previous levels combined. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to reach the full realm in one go because they didn't have enough resources. Ning Chi held the astral soul essences in both hands. His aura continued to climb. The number of astral soul essences had decreased from over 100 to a dozen. However, Ning Chi's cultivation was still at the late heavens mandate realm, showing no signs of a breakthrough. Ning Chi didn't feel agitated or nervous. He remained calm. 8, 6, 4, 2. When the last 2 pills were absorbed by Ning Chi, his body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The aura on his body continued to surge, rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. This process lasted for about 10 minutes, and when his aura gradually stabilized, Ning Chi's energy was more than 1,000 times stronger than when he had just reached the early stage of the fate state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the full realm of fate. The system's voice rang out. Ding! The host is qualified to enter the reincarnation state in 1,000 years and find an opportunity to reach the rebirth state. The system's voice rang out again. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes. He only focused on the mission panel after sensing the surging energy in his body. Qualified to enter the reincarnation state? Find an opportunity to reach the rebirth state? Ning Chi rubbed his chin. It seems like advancing to the rebirth state has something to do with the reincarnation of the myriad realms. That's why in my previous life, the Supreme Saint Parliament sent the Jiang family Dharch to kill me after I advanced to the rebirth state. He should be able to find a secret that even the Supreme Saint Council has to pay attention to. Ning Chi put the matter to the back of his mind after an hour of contemplation. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the ancient star body again. As long as he could reach the 7th stage of the ancient star body, his physical strength should be comparable to that of an ordinary reincarnation state expert. Possessing strength comparable to a rejuvenation realm primary stage expert would be of great help to him when he entered the myriad worlds of reincarnation in the future. Ning Chi thought of something. Ning Chi once again entered the familiar universe. It didn't take long before he saw the giant formed from countless stars. From its body, he absorbed several strands of star power. Using these strands of star power, Ning Chi once again went to refine the demon. Chapter 35:27. More than 300 years had passed since Ning Chi's cave mansion was destroyed. Over the past 300 years, a few batches of new disciples had come. Some inner disciples had been unable to break through and had chosen to become deacons. Only then could they rely on the ancient star pavilion. Only then could they rely on the ancient star pavilion to obtain cultivation resources. In the first 100 years, Many people secretly wondered if Ning Qi had escaped to the ancient star system pavilion to hide. They would occasionally pay attention to the ruins, but there was still no news of Ning Qi. Even Situ Ing gradually stopped closing the door to the ruins. Even Situ Ing gradually stopped focusing on closed-door cultivation. No matter how the people in the mountain range changed, no one paid attention to the ruins of Ning Qi's cave mansion. The new inner disciples didn't dare to do anything after learning about the cause and effect of the matter. After all, they were enemies and couldn't afford to provoke them. However, they couldn't help but look forward to seeing if Ning Qi would reappear. There would definitely be a good show to watch. Junior brother Feng Letian, this will be your cave mansion in the future. How is it? Compared to the outer court, the spiritual energy in our inner court is abundant, right? A mid-stage karma realm cultivator smiled and brought Feng Letian to a cave mansion. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Feng Letian nodded with a smile. It is indeed abundant. Cultivating here is more than 100 times faster than in the outer court. He paused for a moment. His gaze suddenly fell on the ruins, less than 100 feet away from his cave mansion. Senior brother Jiao, what's going on with those ruins? Jiao Qianbei was slightly startled. He looked at the ruins and smiled. Don't worry about it. More than 300 years ago, a small matter happened here. An inner disciple who had reached the Fate realm drove all the other disciples away, including senior brother Situ Ing. Some time ago, senior brother Situ Ing had just successfully transcended his tribulation and was promoted to a core disciple. Later, senior brother Situ Ing invited core disciple senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu to come and make the decision. That cave was destroyed by senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu. Is that so? Then what happened to the inner disciple who had reached the Fate realm? Feng Litian's eyes moved as he asked curiously. In the inner sect of the Alcade Star Palace, there weren't many people at the Fate realm. They could be counted on one hand. Normally, when a disciple reached the Fate realm, they would be promoted to a core disciple, unless their age had exceeded the limit or their aptitude was exceptional. The rate of absorption of the power of the stars down below was too slow. There were also cultivators who joined the ancient star pavilion and already had inheritances. He's hiding. A trace of ridicule flashed in Jiao Qianbei's eyes. I was the first one to be driven out by him, but in the end I still came back here. When senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu came, he had already disappeared. He hadn't appeared for so many years. Once he hears the news, he'll hide outside. I'm guessing that it'll be another 1 to 2,000 years before he dares to return. At that time, senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu won't even need to make a move. Senior brother Situ Ing will be enough to deal with him. Speaking up to this point, Jiao Qianbei suddenly thought of something and looked at Feng Letian in surprise. Junior brother, you should know him. How so? Feng Letian was stunned. As far as he could remember, he didn't know such an existence. That guy's name is Ning Qi. He only entered the ancient star pavilion a few hundred years ago. At that time, he was assigned to courtyard 93, which is the courtyard you're in. Jiao Qianbei said, What? It's him? A trace of shock flashed in Feng Letian's eyes as he looked at the ruins in disbelief. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he quickly looked at Jiao Qianbei. Senior brother Jiao, are you sure that when you saw senior brother Ning 300 years ago, he was already at the Heaven's Mandate realm? Already? Yes, it's absolutely true. Otherwise, how could I have been beaten so badly? Jiao Qianbei said with a headache. This kind of aptitude is really terrifying. Feng Letian exclaimed. I saw senior brother Ning 300 years ago. At that time, he was only a Karma Realm cultivator, and it seemed that he had just broken through. I didn't expect that in just a few decades he would successfully pass the tribulation and advance to the Heaven's Mandate realm. Speaking up to this point, Feng Letian's body suddenly trembled, and he looked at the ruins again. He clearly remembered that when he was assigned to Ning Chi's room, Ning Chi suddenly appeared and almost caused a misunderstanding. At that time, he suspected that Ning Chi had always been in seclusion in the room and had only used some kind of method that he couldn't detect. What about this time? Junior brother Feng Letian, so what if your aptitude is strong? Aren't you still like a rat that doesn't dare to show your face? If he dares to show his face, he may not be a match for senior brother Situing. Jiu Qianbei smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them felt a special aura coming from afar. They quickly turned around and saw Situing leading a dozen figures flying through the sky and landing on the mountain range. The other inner disciples who were cultivating in the cave houses noticed Situing's aura and walked out one after another. They went up to Situing and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, senior brother Situing, for reaching the heavens mandate realm and becoming a core disciple. Jiu Qianbei also pulled Feng Letian to Situing and bowed respectfully. When Situing was still an inner disciple, the group of inner disciples who followed behind him had already shown their intention to follow him. Now that Situing had become a core disciple, they naturally followed him and acted like a follower. There was a hint of pride in their expressions from time to time. Yes. Situing nodded lightly and looked at the ruins. I haven't been here for a few years. Has there been any movement? Senior brother, why would that guy dare to come back? Now that you are a core disciple, if he knew about this, he would definitely hide even further away. That's right, if he dares to come back, senior brother will definitely break his legs. The followers behind Situing hurriedly flattered him. When Jiu Qianbei and the others saw this, they felt disdain in their hearts, but at the same time, they felt a little envious. In the future, when I'm not here, if there's any trouble, remember to inform me immediately. Situing nodded his head, and his gaze landed on Feng Letian. Seeing this, Jiu Qianbei hurriedly pulled Feng Letian over and introduced him. Senior brother Situing, this is junior brother Feng Letian. He has just been promoted to the inner sect and was arranged by senior sister Yu Buhui to stay in this mountain range. You are a child of the Feng family? Situing's expression changed slightly. Exactly. Feng Letian cupped his hands and said. A smile immediately appeared on Situing's face. Since junior brother Feng has been arranged to stay here, it means that we are fated. If you have any problems in the future, you can come find me. Everyone could clearly feel that Situing's attitude towards Feng Letian wasn't normal, but they couldn't feel any jealousy in their hearts. Who asked the human races for great emperor clans to have such a high status in the ancient Star Pavilion? Out of the 7 major star palaces, a total of 3 of the major star palaces were led by the 4 great emperors. The descendants of the 4 great emperor clans could be seen in the true disciples, core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples of the various astral palaces. Thank you, senior brother. Feng Letian smiled and cupped his hands. After chatting for a while, Situing was surrounded by everyone and was about to leave. In the end, there was a sudden movement from the ruins behind them. It was as if someone had stepped on a stone and crushed it. Chapter 35:28. That voice. Situing's expression changed. Jiu Qianbei and the others who had been beaten by Ning Chi felt chills running down their spines. They turned around subconsciously. They saw a tall and straight figure standing on the ruins. His indifferent face was facing them, and his starry eyes were faintly flickering with a hint of coldness. It's him. Feng Letian was 70 to 80% sure of his speculation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Ning Chi at the same place twice. How dare you show up? Senior brother Situing has become a core disciple. He's not afraid of you anymore. An inner disciple standing behind Situing glared at Ning Chi fiercely, as if that tone could strengthen his aura. Become a core disciple? I've been in there for 100,000 years. Ning Chi murmured to himself and looked at Situing. You're the one who destroyed my cave abode, right? So what? Situ Ing glared at Ning Chi. You've been hiding for more than 300 years. Are you finally willing to show up? I'm also a Fate State cultivator now. Why should I be afraid of you? Oh, Fate State. Not bad. Ning Chi nodded. You used to bully us when you were only a Fate State cultivator. Let's end our feud here. Situ Ing sneered and walked toward Ning Chi. Everyone was nervous and excited at the same time. They watched Situ Ying's back with anticipation. Senior brother Situ Ing, teach him a lesson. Tell him to stop being so arrogant. Senior brother Situ Ing, you can do it. Situ Ing was nervous at first. After all, Ning Chi was already a Fate State cultivator 300 years ago, and he had just made the breakthrough not long ago. However, after receiving the encouragement from his junior brothers, a trace of confidence gradually appeared in his eyes. Over the years, he had Situ Chongkong as his backer. Every month, he received 2 to 3 times more cultivation resources than his peers. At the same time, he had the support of his clan. His clan was also supporting him. He was able to reach the Fate State in a short time thanks to those resources. After that, he received even more resources. He didn't believe that a fellow who had just been promoted to an inner disciple not long ago and hadn't received any cultivation resources from the sect all these years could have a higher cultivation than him. In a few breaths, Situ Ing had already arrived in front of Ning Chi. With a light shout, a blue flying sword flew out of his mouth. As soon as the flying sword appeared, it immediately attracted a steady flow of heaven and earth yuan qi from the surroundings. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the sea. The sound of waves crashing against the reefs could be heard, and the air was a little more humid than before. 5th grade primordial spiritual treasure. A hint of surprise flashed through Jiu Qianbei's eyes. As expected of senior brother Situ Ing, he has just been promoted to a core disciple, but he has already been bestowed with such a treasure. With this flying sword, no one in the same realm can be his opponent unless they have a spirit treasure of the same level. Everyone stared at the flying sword, their hearts filled with envy. The guy is doomed. He was just an outer disciple, but he hid for more than 300 years as soon as he became an inner disciple. I guess he has a 4th grade primordial spiritual treasure at most. He's definitely not a match for senior brother Situ Ing. Ha ha ha. The humiliation we suffered today can finally be avenged. Someone stared at Ning Chi gloatingly and laughed. Junior brother Feng, you're lucky to be able to witness this as soon as you arrived. I have been waiting for this day for more than 300 years. Jiu Qianbei patted Feng Litian's shoulder and sighed. Not necessarily. Feng Litian suddenly muttered to himself. Junior brother, what did you say? Jiu Qianbei was slightly startled. Well, nothing. Feng Litian smiled at Jiu Qianbei, then looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi was extremely calm from the beginning. He didn't panic even though Situ Ing had become a core disciple, reached the destiny state, and had taken out a 5th grade primordial spiritual treasure. This caused Feng Litian to have a faint premonition in his heart that the winner of today's battle would most likely be Ning Chi. However, he naturally would not voice out his thoughts. If Ning Chi were to truly be defeated, wouldn't he offend everyone present? Inner disciple? I know that you have a strong physical body. You should have refined the 2nd grade ancient star body, right? However, no matter how strong your physical body is, can it be stronger than my flying sword? Situ Ing looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. This sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long and weighs. Are you done? Ning Chi interrupted Situ Ying's self-praise. Humph, take out your Dharma treasure. I know that you must have 1 or 2 3rd grade Dharma treasures with you when you were an outer disciple. Situ Ing snorted. I've never liked using cannons to kill mosquitoes. I don't need Dharma treasures to fight someone like you. Ning Chi smiled. How arrogant. Situ Ing was furious. The flying sword in front of him suddenly burst into a violent blue light, and with a terrible chi it shot toward Ning Chi. Ning Chi gently pushed out with his palm. 18 dragon, subduing palms. A burst of dragon roars rang out. Dozens of silver dragons broke through the air from Ning Chi's palm and rushed toward Situing. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, this group of silver dragons directly bit his flying sword and swallowed it into their stomachs. The remaining dregs fell to the ground, and before Situ-ing could react, they gathered together and turned into a giant silver palm. With a loud bang, it landed on his body. The smoke dissipated. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground. Jiu Qianbei and the others stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. So powerful! Foam Li Tian's eyes flickered. He was born in the Feng clan, and he had seen countless experts. Even fifth-step cultivators could be seen everywhere in the Feng clan. The old ancestor of his bloodline was a sempiternal realm expert, and many of his peers had already ascended to the heaven realm. However, he had never seen a heaven's mandate realm cultivator shatter a fifth-grade primordial spiritual treasure without relying on a Dharma treasure. At the same time, he had also seriously injured the owner of the treasure. Such combat strength was extremely rare, even in the great emperor's family. At least, he had never seen such a person. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds. Then, a figure flew out of the hole in a somewhat disheveled manner. His flying posture was wobbly. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Senior brother Situ-ing. Jiu Qianbei and the others were surprised. Situ-ing stared at Ning Chi and said, "What kind of spell was that?" "You'll know after you eat another one." Ning Chi smiled and raised his hand again. Situ-ing's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He quickly said, "Wait, I have something to say." Chapter 35:29. "Oh, are you going to say your last words?" Ning Chi smiled. Situ-ing was furious, but he had sensed Ning Chi's killing intent. He knew that he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He didn't want his body to be destroyed because of a moment of pride. It would take a long time to reform his body, and even if he did, his strength would be much weaker than before. "I'm not the one who destroyed your cave abode. It was senior brother by Xiaoqiu." Situ-ing sneered. "You should look for him, not me." Everyone had a strange look on their faces when they heard that. Bai Xiaoqiu had come because of Situ-ing, but he didn't expect to be betrayed by Situ-ing in the blink of an eye. If it was them, they would rather be hung up and beaten by Ning Chi than betrayed by Xiaoqiu. However, Situ-ing was different. With Situ Chongkong backing him, even if Bai Xiaoqiu was angry, he would at most reprimand Situ-ing. Him? Why would he come and destroy my cave abode for no reason? Needless to say, you must be the one who called him. Ning Chi smiled. Without waiting for Situ-ing to open his mouth and forcefully explain, Ning Chi backhanded a dozen palm strikes. The 18 dragons subduing palms, with the power of Ning Chi's current strength, was extremely terrifying. Situ-ing let out a miserable howl as he was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Another palm landed on Ning Chi's body. An entire mountain range began to tremble. The shock waves even spread to the distant mountain peaks of the inner sect, attracting many inner sect disciples to rush over. Some of them stared at Ning Chi with their mouths agape, not knowing what had happened. "Who is that senior brother?" I don't recognize him, but he was wearing a green robe. He should be an inner court disciple like us. But I felt a trace of Fate State aura from him. I remember now, an inner court disciple at the Fate State came to this mountain and drove all the other disciples out of the mountain. This incident attracted the attention of senior brother by Xiaoqiu, who personally destroyed the inner court disciple's cave abode. However, he hasn't appeared for more than 300 years. Could it be him? Ning Chi of the outer court, 93. It's indeed him. I remember what he looked like on the Star Arena. Who was the one who was beaten up? The inner disciples who had rushed over from the various peaks exchanged glances with each other with a strange expression. How can this person be so powerful? Zhu Qianbei looked at Ning Qi in horror. Situ Ying's dozen, or so lackeys, also showed fear on their faces. Situ Ying, who had reached the fate state and had the support of a fifth-rank Khanate spirit treasure, was still no match for his opponent. He had also been hit a dozen times in a row. It was questionable whether or not his body could withstand the attacks. As expected, Feng Litian's eyes flickered, and his lips curled up into a smile. He had guessed the ending correctly. Which direction is by Xiaoqiu's abode? Ning Qi looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. After a moment of silence, one of Situ Ying's lackeys looked at Ning Qi with a terrified expression and said, "Senior Brother Ning, if you kill Senior Brother Situ Ying, according to the sect rules, you won't be punished. You will have a good ending." Kill Situ Ying? Isn't his divine palace still there? Ning Qi stretched out his hand and pulled out a smashed corpse from the pitch-black pit. He said indifferently, "It's just a body that's dead." "It's really Situ Ying." The inner disciples who had just arrived looked at each other in shock and then looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. Situ Ying had already reached the fate state some time ago, but his body had been smashed. Ning Qi's strength was far greater than before. In their hearts, they once again rose several notches higher. "I know you. Tell me which direction is by Xiaoqiu's abode." Ning Qi threw Situ Ying's corpse on the ground and looked at Zhu Qianbei with a faint smile. Zhu Qianbei was the first inner disciple he had chased out of this place, so Ning Qi had some impression of him. I don't know." Zhu Qianbei was startled and quickly waved his hands. "You don't know? Then you can go and help Situ Ying rebuild his body." Ning Qi smiled and gently raised his hand. Plop! Zhu Qianbei suddenly knelt on the ground and looked at Ning Qi in despair. "Senior brother, please give me a way out." "The way out is right in front of you. Let's see how you choose. Are you going to die if you show me the way?" Ning Qi smiled. "Senior brother by Xiaoqiu is a core disciple. If he knows that I betrayed him today, I won't be able to stay in Alcade's Star Palace anymore. I beg Senior brother to give me a way out." Zhu Qianbei said with a bitter face. "Senior brother Ning, Senior brother by Xiaoqiu's abode is in the core courtyard, but I don't know the exact location. You can ask the cultivators in the core courtyard, they should know." Feng Litian, who had been silent all this time, finally said, "Core courtyard." Ning Qi pondered for a few moments. "Which direction?" Feng Litian pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled at Feng Litian and nodded. He then flew into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Ning Qi leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Then Situ Ying's lackeys quickly withdrew Situ Ying's body and flew towards the main peak of the ancient star pavilion. Different from the other disciples of the star palaces, the true disciples of the 7 major star palaces, all of them lived on the mountain range that seemed to lead straight into the universe. They should have gone to find Senior Brother Situ Chongkong. With a true disciple taking action, no matter how strong Ning Qi is, I'm afraid he will still be in trouble. Let's also go to the core courtyard. Maybe we can see a wonderful show. Let's go. Many of the inner disciples discussed with each other for a while before flying towards the direction of the core courtyard. Zhu Qianbei only came back to his senses after most of the people had left. He stood up with some lingering fear and grabbed Feng Litian's arm. "Junior brother, thank you for helping me out this time. I owe you a favor." "It's fine. I was just showing you the way. I don't think Senior brother by Xiaoqiu will care too much if he knows about this. Core disciples should be broad-minded." Feng Litian smiled. "That's right." Zhu Qianbei had a complicated expression as he looked at Feng Litian. He was silently cursing in his heart. Only when facing the disciples of the human races for major emperor clans would a core disciple show a magnanimous side. If he was the one leading the way, the news would be intentionally spread by some despicable people. If he was the one showing the way, Xiaoqiu would have to face countless cold arrows. Also, don't you think that senior brother Ning will also become a core disciple? Instead of currying favor with by Xiaoqiu, it's better to befriend senior brother Ning. I like his temper. Feng Litian suddenly smiled. Jiu Qianbei was slightly startled when he heard this. That's right, with the strength that Ning Qi had just displayed, becoming a core disciple shouldn't be a problem. However, he soon saw the essence of the problem. Senior brother Ning destroyed Situ Ying's body. Even if senior brother by Xiaoqiu doesn't find trouble with him, I'm afraid that the big brother of Situ Ying's core disciple won't let senior brother Ning go. It's very difficult to become a core disciple. Jiu Qianbei shook his head. Chapter 3530. The main peak of the ancient star pavilion. True inheritance, mountain range. Situ Ying's corpse was placed in front of Situ Changkong. His dozen or so lackeys knelt on both sides of the corpse in fear. Their heads were lowered and their hearts were filled with unease. If Situ Changkong took out his anger on them and used his authority as a true disciple to destroy their bodies, the elders of the enforcement hall would turn a blind eye. What a useless thing! After a moment of silence, Situ Changkong let out a cold snort. He extended his hand and took away Situ Ying's belongings. After that, his palm landed on Situ Ying's body. With a bang, Situ Ying's body turned into a mist of blood. Drops of cold sweat flowed down from the foreheads of Situ Ying's lackeys. Their shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. They suddenly realized that the rumors were true. The relationship between Situ Ying and Situ Changkong was not as good as they had imagined. Although they were blood-related brothers, Situ Changkong seemed to look down on Situ Ying. He was killed by an inner disciple right after being promoted to a core disciple. If this matter were to spread, it would be a disgrace to the Situ family. Do you think Situ Ying deserves to die? Situ Changkong asked indifferently. Everyone looked at each other and did not know how to answer this question. After a dozen breaths, someone finally mustered up the courage to say in a low voice, "Senior brother Situ Ying deserves to die." Gasp! The rest of the people gasped and admired that guy's courage. Just when they thought that Situ Changkong would take the opportunity to make things difficult for them, Situ Changkong smiled and nodded. You're quite honest. Situ Ying does deserve to die. Senior brother is right. Senior brother Situ Ying deserves to die. That's right. Seeing this, the crowd began to chime in. However, they noticed that the smile on Situ Changkong's face gradually turned cold. Although Situ Ying deserves to die, he definitely shouldn't die like this. If he wants to die, it should be me. Who else is qualified to kill him? Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and they quickly shut their mouths. Who knew that Situ Changkong's temperament would be so fickle? The one who killed him is called Ning Qi, right? Situ Changkong asked indifferently. Senior brother Situ Changkong, that guy is indeed called Ning Qi. Where is he now? I think he went to look for senior brother by Xiaoqiu. By Xiaoqiu? Oh, I remember. Situ Changkong nodded and walked out of the door. Situ Ying's lackeys were about to stand up and follow him when they saw Situ Changkong's palm strike. Immediately after, a fire dragon appeared out of thin air and swallowed all of them in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream. Core courtyard. Senior brother. Where is senior brother by Xiaoqiu's cave abode? Ning Qi casually stopped a core disciple and asked. Sensing Ning Qi's fate state aura, the core disciple chuckled and pointed in a certain direction. Fly straight from here. With your level of cultivation, you'll see a mountain range in a day or two. There are 2 pillars at the foot of the mountain, as well as 2 corpses. That's where junior brother by Xiaoqiu's cave abode is located. Pausing for a moment, he looked Ning Qi up and down. Junior brother should be an inner disciple, but your cultivation is not much different from us core disciples. Logically speaking, I should know junior brother. May I know how to address Junior Brother by? Why are you looking for Junior Brother by? Is that so? I'm Ning Chi from the inner sect. I'm looking for Senior Brother by Xiaoqiu to settle a grudge. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Then he turned around and flew in the direction pointed by the core disciple. The core disciple remained silent for a while before he reacted. He looked at Ning Chi's back in shock. He's going to get back at him? A hint of curiosity gradually appeared on his face. He stopped what he had originally planned to do and directly followed behind Ning Chi. One day later, Ning Chi paused for a moment and landed in front of the two puppets. Who are you? One of the puppets asked in a muffled voice. Ning Chi from the inner sect. Ning Chi smiled. Is this Senior Brother by Xiaoqiu's cave abode? Yes. You want to see the master? The two puppets looked at Ning Chi coldly. Fate State puppets are quite capable. Ning Chi didn't answer the puppets. Instead, he looked at them with interest. How dare you? Don't the disciples of the inner sect know any manners? The two puppets were enraged. Oh, they even have intelligence. It seems that the Shenluo realm is indeed much better at making puppets than the deity realm. Ning Chi thought as he waved his hand and punched twice. Terrifying physical strength flowed through his fist and landed on the chests of the two puppets. They exchanged glances, then stiffly twisted their necks to look at Ning Chi. You! Bang! With a muffled sound, the two puppets at the early phase of the Fate State turned into ashes. They were different from cultivators. Once they died, they died. There was no deity palace for them to rebuild their bodies. Clank! Two soft sounds came from the ground. Ning Chi looked over and saw two star soul essences. So, the way they were refined is similar. Ning Chi put away the two star soul essences with a strange look on his face. He examined them and found that they were similar to the ones the system had refined. He couldn't help but speculate that the two puppets might have reached the early phase of the Fate State, just like the Dubhi God. Jilong and the others also had the ability to cultivate on their own. Junior Brother, these two puppets are ancient existences that have lived for God knows how long. Junior Brother spent a lot of money to exchange for them from the Hidden Star Palace. You killed them just like that. The core disciple who had led the way landed next to Ning Chi and said with a strange expression. Before Ning Chi could speak, the commotion caused by the two puppets' deaths seemed to have been noticed by someone. Instantly, more than 10 figures appeared and looked at Ning Chi and the other core disciple with fear and confusion. They seemed to recognize the core disciple. One of them said in surprise, Senior Brother Feng Shitian, what are you doing? It's none of my business. I'm just here to watch the show. Those two puppets were destroyed by this Junior Brother. Feng Shitian pointed at Ning Chi and stood to the side. He kept a distance from Ning Chi and pretended to be a bystander. Who are you? Why did you destroy our guardian puppets? The group of cultivators seemed to be extremely afraid of Feng Shitian. They were relieved to know that he had nothing to do with this. Then they stared at Ning Chi with shock and anger in their eyes. The two puppets were at the early phase of the Fate State, but they were destroyed just like that. Their opponent's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. They were just a group of Karma State cultivators and were definitely not a match for him. However, they had Bai Xiaoqiu behind them. They didn't need to fear Ning Chi. Chapter 35-31. There was actually an inner sect disciple who dared to come knocking on their door. As a core disciple, Bai Xiaoqiu not only had many inner sect disciples following him, but he also had a large number of outer sect disciples under him to do some chores. Therefore, when they received the news, they were all shocked and flew towards the main road of the mountain range. As a result, they saw a figure walking to the mountain gate without any obstruction. During this period, the cultivators who went to stop him were all knocked out with a punch. Who the hell are you? Senior Brother Bai will not let you off. A cultivator was sent flying by Ning Chi's finger. smashing heavily on the pillar next to the mountain gate, deeply embedded in it. When he crawled out in a sorry state, he immediately stared at Ning Chi with grief and anger. His mouth uttered threatening words. "This kind of threat is useless. Hurry up and ask Bai Xiaoqiu to come out." Feng Shitian sneered at the side. Sure enough, Ning Chi did not pay attention to the cultivator. After knocking him out with a palm strike, he looked up at the incomparably luxurious mountain gate in front of him. Bai Xiaoqiu seemed to be very ostentatious. The 2 pillars at the mountain gate were made of extraordinary spirit stones. These stones constantly surged with spirit qi, forming a feeling of lingering clouds around the mountain gate. As long as someone walked through the mountain gate, the clouds formed by the spirit qi would enter these people's pores, opening up their pores and stimulating their spirit. Based on Ning Chi's experience, the cost of this mountain gate would not be less than 1 million origin essence stones, equivalent to the entire wealth of a cultivator of a mortal palace. Ning Chi smiled and reached out to grab the stone pillar. What is he doing? More and more cultivators flew over, including those who followed from the inner sect. When they saw Ning Chi reaching out to grab the pillar, a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. They did not understand what Ning Chi was going to do. Junior brother Feng Litian, you know senior brother Ning very well. How far do you think he will go this time? Jiu Qianbei said breathlessly. He and Feng Litian rushed all the way and finally arrived. I don't know. Feng Litian shook his head. Soon, everyone knew what Ning Chi was doing. They were dumbfounded as they watched Ning Chi uproot the 2 stone pillars. Even the array formation on the stone pillars to prevent others from destroying them was useless. As the stone pillars were uprooted, it lost its effect. Then, the stone pillar disappeared from Ning Chi's hand. As soon as the stone pillar was taken away, the entire mountain gate collapsed and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Pooh! Some cultivators were so angry that they vomited blood. You're crazy! You're crazy! Senior apprentice brother Bai Xiaoqiu is currently in seclusion. He will come out soon to suppress you. Just you wait. Really? Ning Chi smiled. Tearing down the mountain gate didn't make him stop. He went deeper, and all the buildings he passed were destroyed by Ning Chi with a single palm strike, leaving behind ruins. However, other than Bai Xiaoqiu and the 2 puppets that Ning Chi had pulverized, the strongest among the rest of the cultivators was only at the peak of the causality realm. They did not dare to stop Ning Chi at all. They had learned their lesson from the mistakes of others. Those who were lucky were killed by Ning Chi with a single palm strike. If they were unlucky, they would die on the spot. Ning Chi was like a bulldozer, leaving ruins wherever he went. The cultivators kept by Bai Xiaoqiu could only follow him angrily and anxiously. More and more inner sect disciples like Feng Litian and Jiu Qianbei came after hearing the news. There were even a few core disciples who were also emitting the aura of the heavens mandate state. They were attracted by the commotion and rushed over to stand with Feng Shitian. He asked what had happened. His gaze fell on Ning Chi, and he seemed very curious. How long is senior apprentice brother Bai Xiaoqiu going to stay in seclusion? If he doesn't come out soon, this place will be completely destroyed. Senior apprentice brother seems to be breaking through a bottleneck and has reached a critical point. This despicable person must have found out about this. That's why he chose to come here today. Damn it! Just as everyone was feeling anxious, Ning Chi happened to be blocked by a luxurious building with many restrictive spells set up around it. He directly sent out a palm strike, and the building instantly shattered. The restrictive spells on it also collapsed in an instant. 2 cries filled with terror and fury came from inside. Amid the panic screams, 2 white figures flew out and landed in front of Ning Chi. Everyone's gazes immediately fell on the 2 figures, and it seemed very strange. They were not wearing any clothes. That's Bai Xiaotsong, Bai Xiaoqiu's cousin. Feng Shitian had a strange smile on his face as he said, his home is about to be demolished. Yet this fellow is still having fun here. I can see that Bai Xiaoqiu's management of this place is even lenient. No wonder his disciples often cause trouble everywhere. The other core disciples smiled with a hint of gloating in their eyes. They seemed to have some grudges with Bai Xiaoqiu, so they had no intention of interfering. Xiaotsong, what's going on? I'm scared. The female cultivator hid behind Bai Xiaotsong with a look of horror on her face. She was still a little confused about what had happened. Damn it! Who is it? Bai Xiaotsong's eyes flickered fiercely. He protected the female cultivator to prevent her from exposing herself while searching for the culprit. Then his gaze fell on Ningqi. Were you the one who attacked just now? Yes. Ningqi nodded with a smile. Bai Xiaotsong was about to curse when he suddenly collected his thoughts. Something's not right. Why are there so many people here? What's going on? Elder Brother Xiaotsong, you were in the middle of a dual cultivation session just now, and there was a restrictive spell set up outside. I couldn't send a message to you. That guy came looking for trouble. He fought his way up here and even destroyed the sect gate. Right, he's a Fate Realm cultivator. Be careful. A kind-hearted cultivator transmitted his voice. After Bai Xiaotsong heard this, he looked at Ningqi dumbfoundedly. Sure enough, he felt a trace of Heaven's Mandate Realm aura from Ningqi. Just as he was about to say something, Ningqi had already walked straight towards him and the female cultivator behind him. Bang, bang. 2 white figures were sent flying, one on the left and one on the right. They fell to the ground, unconscious. Everyone looked at the 2 of them lying unconscious on the ground in an extremely shameful posture. They had already determined in their hearts that from today onwards, these 2 would definitely become a joke that wouldn't be erased for hundreds of years. 10 minutes later, Ningqi suddenly stopped. There was a 19-story stone tower in front of him. There were exquisite carvings on the outside of the stone tower. At the same time, there was a powerful formation covering it. If his guess was right, this should be Bai Xiaoqiu's secluded cultivation place. Ningqi suddenly stopped. Chapter 3532. Really? Ningqi smiled at Feng Shitian and walked towards the wheel pagoda under the astonished gaze of the crowd. What does he want? Is he trying to destroy the rotary pagoda? What an idiot. This is a magic treasure that senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu has refined for many years. Not to mention someone at the Fate State, even a true disciple wouldn't be able to destroy the tower in a short time. A 6th-rank Khanate spiritual treasure can't be destroyed easily. Feng Shitian, where did this kid come from? The rest of the core disciples looked at Feng Shitian. They were very curious about Ningqi. He actually planned to destroy the Samsara Pagoda. Even if the few of them joined forces, they would not be able to do it. His origins? Oh, I'm not too sure myself. But I do remember that on the day of the outer sect competition between the Radiant Star Palace and the Mizar Palace, that kid seemed to have made a move. As for the specifics, I can't remember. After all, Elder Brother Jiang and Elder Brother Fei Xuanzi had fought back. Things between us are even more eye-catching. Feng Shitian laughed awkwardly. When everyone heard this, a familiar memory surfaced in their minds. Then, a look of realization appeared in their eyes. They had indeed seen Ningqi that day, and with a single move, Ningqi had suppressed a Mizar Palace disciple whose strength was not much weaker than a top inner disciple. Moreover, the opponent was from the Jiang family. Originally, this matter should have left a deep impression on everyone. However, later on, Jiang Tianchu forced Sun Zi out of the palace and seized the position of chief senior apprentice brother of the Alcade Star Palace. This caused everyone's attention to be diverted to this matter. Therefore, he did not leave much of an impression in the hearts of the crowd. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as Ningqi was about to approach the revolving wheel pagoda, the restrictive spell that enveloped it suddenly dissipated. Immediately after, an incomparably loud and long roar came from within the revolving wheel pagoda. With the revolving wheel pagoda as the center, a terrifying airwave swept in all directions. Everyone felt as though they were being blown by a gale. Some of the outer disciples with slightly lower cultivation were even forced to take a few steps back by the impact of this wave of air. Senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu is out of seclusion. Many cultivators revealed a hint of surprise in their eyes. When they looked at Ningqi again, there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Judging from the roar just now, Bai Xiaoqiu must have made a breakthrough in his cultivation. A door suddenly appeared on the wheel pagoda. The door slowly opened and Bai Xiaoqiu walked out. His gaze first swept across the crowd, then looked at Feng Shitian and the others, and finally landed on Ningqi. Feng Shitian and the others suddenly revealed a trace of bewilderment on their faces. This was because they felt a very special aura coming from Bai Xiaoqiu. This kind of aura could only be emitted when the ancient star body reached the 6th stage. Among the core disciples, there were only a few people who could reach this stage. There were no more than 20 people in the 7 major star palaces. Even Feng Shitian, who had a higher seniority than Bai Xiaoqiu, entered the sect earlier than Bai Xiaoqiu and had a better background than Bai Xiaoqiu, only had a rank 5 ancient star body. He broke through. Not bad. Rank 6 ancient star body. This will be of great help when he enters the reincarnation cycle in the future. Unfortunately, if this child came knocking earlier, Bai Xiaoqiu wouldn't have broken through so easily. The core disciples looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other. Senior brother Bai, you have to stand up for us. A group of cultivators with swollen faces flew before Bai Xiaoqiu and knelt on the ground. They were the ones who had tried to stop Ningqi and were seriously injured by Ningqi. I already know about what happened to you. The reason I didn't act was because my cultivation method had reached a critical moment. Now that I have broken through, I'll return the humiliation he brought to you 10,000-fold. Bai Xiaoqiu faintly smiled. With that, his gaze fell on Ningqi, and he chuckled. More than 300 years ago, you bullied your fellow disciples. Knowing that you would be punished, you fled the ancient star pavilion. I didn't think that 300 years later, not only would you not restrain yourself, you would actually dare to cause trouble in my territory. Making trouble in my territory, you really don't want to live anymore? He paused for a moment. You have to know that the difference between the early stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm and the peak stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm isn't something you can imagine. I can crush you to death with just a finger. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Serve me for 10,000 years, and I'll forgive you for what you did today. Who's at the early stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm? Who's at the early stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm? Ningqi looked at Bai Xiaoqiu in confusion. Bai Xiaoqiu was startled. Then he saw Ningqi's aura skyrocket. Soon, Ningqi's aura had surpassed the early stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm by 10 times, then 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Peak stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm? Bai Xiaoqiu wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Feng Shitian and the others were frightened by Ningqi's aura. From the beginning to the end, they hadn't taken a good look at Ningqi's cultivation. It was completely because Ningqi had unintentionally revealed his aura. However, he was only at the early stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm. They had never expected Ningqi's strength to have reached such a level. Peak stage of the Heaven's Mandate Realm? This was definitely not something that could be broken through in a short period of time. But how many years had passed since the last time he was at the star fighting stage? Could it be that he hit his cultivation level? Feng Shitian cried out. That's the only possibility. If he didn't hide his cultivation level, his strength would be more than enough to be a core disciple. Why would junior sister Yi, Buhui, throw him into the outer sect? Another core member said in a deep voice. His gaze towards Ningqi was already tinged with a hint of fear. At that moment, Ningqi's hair was fluttering without any wind. His body was like a bottomless pit. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi crazily swept towards his body. This was the power of the peak stage of the heavens mandate realm. As long as he fully revealed his strength, even if he didn't deliberately cultivate, the heaven and earth spiritual chi would automatically rush in. If no one present had a stronger cultivation level than him, as long as Ning Chi willed it, no one within a radius of 10,000 miles would be able to cultivate. So strong, Zhu Qianbei and Feng Litian both took a dozen steps back. Ning Chi's aura was so strong that ordinary karma realm cultivators couldn't get close at all. His cultivation level is actually not weaker than senior brother Bai. After seeing Ning Chi's power, the group of cultivators that Bai Xiaoqiu kept in captivity showed a trace of fear in their eyes. They had thought that as long as Bai Xiaoqiu came out of seclusion, he would be able to easily suppress Ning Chi. But now, things had gone beyond everyone's expectations. The situation had also become an unknown factor. How could you also be at the peak stage of the heavens mandate realm? The calmness on Bai Xiaoqiu's face disappeared without a trace. He looked at Ning Chi with a slightly shocked expression. When Ning Chi had performed outstandingly on the star fighting stage, he had paid special attention to him. He was sure that Ning Chi was only at the peak stage of the karma realm at that time. 300 years ago, he suddenly learned that Ning Chi had advanced to the heavens mandate realm. Although he was surprised, it wasn't too strange. But now, 300 years later, Ning Chi had become at the peak stage of the heavens mandate realm. This was unreasonable. Chapter 35-33. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaoqiu suddenly laughed and suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Ning Chi and said, "So what if you're at the peak of the heavens mandate realm? Your perception of the power of the stars is garbage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been thrown into the outer sect. That's why you don't know how powerful the cultivators of the ancient star pavilion are." As he spoke, the blood in Bai Xiaoqiu's body surged as he walked toward Ning Chi. He also put away the wheel pagoda. It looked like he was going to suppress Ning Chi with his bare hands to show off the power of his rank 6 ancient star body. The cultivators under his command were full of anticipation, especially the inner disciples who had some understanding of the ancient star body. They looked at Ning Chi with a hint of mockery. Although their cultivation levels are the same, the power of Bai Xiaoqiu's rank 6 ancient star body is no weaker than that of a peak heavens mandate realm cultivator. This is equivalent to 2 peak heavens mandate realm cultivators attacking at the same time. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. Feng Shitian frowned. The other core disciples didn't look too good either. It wasn't because they thought Ning Chi was about to lose, but because Bai Xiaoqiu's strength was much higher than theirs after reaching the rank 6 ancient star body. They didn't have a good relationship with Bai Xiaoqiu to begin with. Great, if that's the case, they would definitely be suppressed by him in the future. Moreover, the most worrying thing was that Bai Xiaoqiu's current state was very suitable for him to enter the reincarnation state. As long as he was qualified, he would have at least a 50% chance of attaining the rebirth state in the future and become a true disciple. By that time, there would be no way for them to survive. You will never know the effect of the life star body on us, cultivators. You also don't know how terrifying the rank 6 ancient star body is. Bai Xiaoqiu was less than 10 feet away from Ning Chi. He looked at Ning Chi with mockery in his eyes. Even if you hide your cultivation level and want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, I will beat you until you only have a whimper left. While speaking, Bai Xiaoqiu's fist was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void and landing on Ning Chi's chest in an instant. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into a faint smile. Then he turned around and left. No matter how strong an ordinary heavens mandate realm cultivator's body was, how could it be stronger than a rank 6 ancient star body? Bai Xiaoqiu knew this terrifying power very well. This punch was enough to destroy the opponent's body, so he didn't need to see the result. 1 step, 2 steps suddenly. Bai Xiaoqiu noticed that everyone's gazes were a little strange. Before he could come back to his senses, A faint laugh came from behind him. Is that all your strength? Ning Qi gently patted his chest and looked at Bai Xiaoqiu with a slight sneer. Senior Bai held back. Senior Bai Dao Xiaoqiu. Sha, Senior Bai Xiao Long I Xiaoqiu he, I Xiao he Long he in he star. Bai Long. Feng Shitian and company were different from most of the cultivators here. As core disciples, they had already formed the ancient star body, so they had a deep understanding of the power of Bai Xiaoqiu's punch. That was why, when they saw Ning Qi when he saw that he was unscathed, his heart was in turmoil. Bai Xiaoqiu slowly turned around, and his gaze fell on Ning Qi. You! The next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning again and appeared before Ning Qi. He punched Ning Qi again. This time, he didn't turn around but stared at Ning Qi. Explode. Why isn't it exploding yet? A few seconds later, Bai Xiaoqiu let out a roar in his heart. Just as he was about to punch Ning Qi again, Ning Qi made his move. Bang! There were no fancy movements. It was just a simple punch. But this punch contained the power of a rank 7 ancient star body and the 9 inner hidden gates. The increase in power was 512 times. This was equivalent to 512 cultivators with a rank 7 ancient star body, condensing their power into one point and blasting it out. This kind of power was enough to destroy mountains and seas. No, impossible. Bai Xiaoqiu looked at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly, as if he had used the last of his strength. After squeezing out these words, his body exploded into a mist of blood. Ding-dang! An interspatial ring fell to the ground. Ning Qi put it away without looking at it. Other than this interspatial ring, Bai Xiaoqiu had nothing left. The chakra pagoda and other dharma treasures hidden in his sea of consciousness had been destroyed along with the explosion of his body. Although a game character could be resurrected in the city after death, all his equipment and even his level would drop. Senior brother Bai, the cultivators under Bai Xiaoqiu were dumbfounded. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Bai Xiaoqiu was dead? After a dozen breaths, they gasped and looked at Ning Qi in horror. It was as if they were looking at a monster, a demon. Feng Shitian and the others looked at each other and then turned their stiff necks to look at Ning Qi. They felt as if their hearts had been crushed by a storm a dozen times. Bai Xiaoqiu, who had a rank 6 ancient star body, was instantly killed by an inner disciple? How could someone with such a terrifying body die so easily? There was only one possibility. He also has the ancient star body, and his rank is higher than Bai Xiaoqiu's. Feng Shitian, where did this child come from? Is he a genius secretly trained by the palace master or one of the elders? A candidate to become a core disciple? I don't know. Feng Shitian revealed a wry smile. Only now did he realize that Ning Qi's strength was much stronger than his. His previous act of watching the show must have been very stupid in Ning Qi's eyes. Then, Ning Qi used the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he swept through Bai Xiaoqiu's mountain range like a bulldozer. Not a single building was spared. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the place that was originally like a fairyland had turned into ruins. Everywhere one looked, there were piles of rubble. The group of cultivators under Bai Xiaoqiu didn't dare to make a sound. They stood there in horror and stared blankly at the scene. Junior brother Ning, can you tell us what rank your ancient star body is at? Seeing that Ning Qi was done, Feng Shitian stammered and asked, Rank 7. Ning Qi smiled. After today, he would definitely attract the attention of elders. It would be almost impossible to hide the progress of his ancient star body. So Ning Qi didn't want to hide it anymore. Hiss! Feng Shitian and the others gasped. So it was like that. Rank 7 ancient star body? No wonder you are so arrogant. You have no respect for your elders and don't follow the rules of the sect. You do have the right to be arrogant. Chapter 35-34 Core Disciple Situ Changkong? A trace of shock flashed in everyone's eyes before they reacted. Everyone, including Feng Shitian, bowed respectfully in situ Changkong's direction. After the ceremony, they could hear a trace of a special meaning in situ Changkong's words. It seemed that Situ Changkong was here to suppress Ningqi. Senior Brother Situ, this person destroyed Senior Brother Bai's physical body and harmed his fellow disciples. Please, Senior Brother Situ, give justice to Senior Brother Bai and us. The group of cultivators under Bai Xiaoqiu began to denounce Ningqi. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. With a core disciple taking action, it would be a piece of cake. You're here for Situ Ing, right? Ningqi looked at Situ Changkong and said indifferently. There was no fear in his eyes. A rank 7 ancient star body was comparable to an early-stage rebirth realm cultivator, with the incomplete rank 7 devil refining gourd as his trump card. Even if he couldn't defeat Situ Changkong wouldn't be able to suppress him so easily. My useless younger brother? You can say so. Although he's trash, it's not your turn to destroy his body. Situ Changkong said indifferently. Situ Ying's body was destroyed? Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. They looked at Ningqi as if they were looking at a madman. Although Situ Ying was only an inner disciple, his reputation was no weaker than by Xiaoqiu and the other core disciples. This was because he had Situ Changkong backing him up. This kid is finished. Offending a core disciple will only result in death. Today his body will be left here. That's right. Feng Shitian nodded slightly and exchanged glances with the other core disciples. They all felt that Ningqi couldn't deal with the situation. If we give him more time to let this matter ferment, an elder will definitely come forward to accept him as a disciple with his rank 7 ancient star body. It won't be a problem for him to be promoted to a core disciple. After all, this kid has only been in the sect for 500 years. Whether he hid his cultivation or not, it's impossible for him to form his fate star before entering the sect, let alone the ancient star body. In just 500 years, he has already refined a rank 7 ancient star body. This kind of talent is too terrifying. Feng Shitian transmitted his voice. When the core disciples heard this, they expressed their approval in their hearts. They looked at Ningqi with envy and pity in their eyes. They envied his aptitude and pitied his current situation. Senior Brother Situ, since even you admit that Situ Ing is trash, isn't it exactly what you want for me to help him reform his body? Ningqi smiled. Situ Changkong looked at Ningqi for a long time and suddenly laughed. You are very calm and you are not afraid of me at all. You probably think that I would not dare to kill you given your aptitude, right? After pausing for a moment, Situ Changkong continued with a smile. Unfortunately, you no longer have the time to use your talent to find a backer for you. I have already set up a formation to seal this place. When I suppress you later, the commotion will not spread. Kneel down now. If you kill yourself in front of me, I'll forget about you destroying Situ Ying's body. After that, there will be no more enmity between us. When the cultivators under Bai Xiaoqiu heard this, they looked at Ningqi with satisfaction. They were secretly delighted. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. They thought that with Bai Xiaoqiu's death, no one would be able to do anything to Ningqi. They didn't expect Situ Changkong to suddenly appear. Although Situ Changkong wasn't trying to stand up for Bai Xiaoqiu, the result was the same. It's not that there aren't people who can force me to kill myself. Ningqi chuckled, then raised his head and looked at Situ Changkong with a serious expression. But that person will definitely not be you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningqi's aura skyrocketed. The 9 inner hidden gates were opened again, and the strength of his body increased exponentially. The 7th rank ancient star body was already comparable to the initial stage of the rebirth realm, with the addition of the 512 times increase in strength. Even if he couldn't reach the middle stage of the rebirth realm, his strength was comparable to the peak of the initial stage of the rebirth realm. However, according to what he knew, Situ Chankong's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the rebirth realm. Ning Qi was confident that he could leave a mark on Situ Chankong's body. What a terrifying aura. This guy is the strongest Fate Realm cultivator I've ever seen. Not to mention the Alcade Star Palace. There isn't a single core disciple from the other 6 major star palaces that can compare to him. If his body isn't destroyed today, he will definitely rise in the future. Feng Shitian said with a serious expression. Feng Shitian said with a solemn expression. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi with a trace of respect. It was because Ning Qi was fearless when facing a core disciple and dared to fight him head-on. Feng Shitian's words weren't spoken through voice transmission, but subconsciously. When the other cultivators heard this, the way they looked at Ning Qi changed. They knew that Feng Shitian wasn't referring to the position of a core disciple, but the position of a core disciple, which was even more powerful than a core disciple. The battle before them was equivalent to a duel between a senior core disciple and a reserve core disciple. Situ Ying's death wasn't unjust, Jiu Qianbei thought to himself as he stood beside Feng Shitian. If Situ Ying had known that Ning Qi dared to fight a core disciple, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Good, you've got guts. Situ Changkong laughed. You're the most courageous inner disciple I've ever seen. Unfortunately, you don't know the difference between the heavens mandate realm and the rebirth realm. Even if you've condensed a rank 7 ancient star body, you can fight against early stage rebirth realm cultivators. Even though you've condensed a rank 7 ancient star body and can fight against an early stage rebirth realm cultivator, the difference between each stage of the rebirth realm is huge. It's not something a mere heavens mandate realm cultivator can imagine. Today, I'll personally teach you how to behave. After saying that, Situ Changkong's aura surged. In less than half a breath's time, his aura had surpassed Ning Qi's by a lot. If Situ Changkong's aura was compared to the bright moon, Ning Qi's aura was like the light of a firefly. The atmosphere in the plaza instantly became extremely tense. Just as the crowd was holding their breaths and waiting for the two to exchange blows, a figure suddenly appeared between Ning Qi and Situ Changkong. This figure was also wearing a light golden robe. Everyone knew that this was a core disciple, Yuqi Zhini. Situ Changkong was slightly startled, and his eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. What are you doing here? Ning Qi was also stunned when he saw Yuqi Zhini. Situ Changkong, if I didn't come, you would have killed a good seedling of our Alcade Star Palace. What do you think I'm here for? Yuqi Zhini looked at Situ Changkong with a faint smile. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The meaning of Yuqi Zhini's words was obvious. He was just short of pointing at Situ Changkong's nose and saying, I'm going to protect this kid. He actually has a core disciple backing him? No wonder. Chapter 35. This child killed 2 core disciples in a row and broke the sex rules. Are you sure you want to protect him? Situ Changkong coldly looked at Yuqi Zhini. If it was a slightly weaker direct disciple, Situ Changkong wouldn't have bothered wasting words with him. However, Yuqi Zhini's cultivation was similar to his. They were both at the late stage of the Samsara realm. Furthermore, Yuqi Zhini didn't get along well with Fei Xuanzi back then. Now that Jiang Tianshu had taken over, Yuqi Zhini's position was much higher than his. Whether he broke the sex rules or not, let the elders judge. It's not your turn to act. Yuqi Zhini smiled. You can't kill him now. Just leave. There's no need to ask for trouble. Let's see how long you can protect him. Situ Changkong smiled faintly and glanced at Ning Qi. There was an obvious trace of mockery in his eyes. Then he turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Bai Xiaoqiu's subordinates were in complete despair. Even if Bai Xiaoqiu reformed his body, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Ning Qi. Even a core disciple couldn't take down Ning Qi. A core disciple like Bai Xiaoqiu could only hide in the future. I won't allow any more caves in this mountain range. Otherwise, if I see one, I'll destroy it. Do you understand? Ningqi looked at the group of cultivators under by Xiaoqiu and smiled. I understand now, they nodded in horror. That's good. Ningqi smiled. After Ningqi and Yuqi left, everyone let out sighs of relief. They looked at each other in shock and then dispersed. It wouldn't take long for today's matter to spread across the entire Yao Guang Star Palace and even the ancient Star Pavilion. I'm very curious, why are you here? After leaving the core courtyard, Ningqi suddenly looked at Yuqi and smiled. Yuqi looked at Ningqi and didn't hide the anger in his heart. The true spirit said that if you die in the ancient Star Pavilion, the Palace Master will receive evidence that I'm a dark cultivator. I'll die with you, so I came back from the Jade Light Tower. That's why I've been paying attention to your whereabouts. I see. Ningqi blinked in surprise, then smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Yuqi. Calm down and stop provoking Sidu Changkong. The power of the rebirth realm is beyond your imagination, but Yuqi's expression was strange. You've already formed a rank 7 ancient star body. As long as you report this matter, even if you can't become a core disciple, all the elders will pay attention to you. Even the Vice Palace Master and Palace Master will notice you. When that time comes, Changkong won't dare to do anything to you on the surface. After pausing for a bit, he continued, If you can obtain the qualification to go to the reincarnation realm and reach the reincarnation realm, the position of a core disciple will definitely belong to you. Only with this position can you truly establish yourself in the ancient star system pavilion. I heard that core disciples can enter the star pavilion. Ningqi suddenly spoke, and his gaze fell on the mountain range in the distance. This was the main peak he had seen when he first came to the ancient star system pavilion. The peak was so high that it reached into the universe. There was a star system pavilion there, but it only had a core. Only core disciples could enter the star pavilion to comprehend the stars. If you can comprehend the stars in the star pavilion and establish a connection with a star, you can also become a core disciple, right? Ningqi smiled. Yuqi was startled for a bit, then nodded. That is indeed the case. However, only 1/3 of the 80 core disciples in the 7 star palaces advanced because of this. 2/3, including me, reached the rebirth realm. Only then did they enter the star pavilion to comprehend the stars. Why is that? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. You're lucky. Yuqi grinned. As someone who has experienced it, I will pass on some experience to you. In the star pavilion, there are many ancient stars that have disappeared. These stars are much stronger than ordinary stars. If you establish a connection with an ordinary star, you will still need to advance to the rebirth realm before you will be given the position of a true disciple. But if you advance to the rebirth realm first, and then go to the star pavilion to comprehend, you'll have a great chance to establish a connection with the stronger stars. If you can establish a connection with those ancient stars, it won't be a problem for you to reach the 5th step in the future. The stronger the star you establish a connection with, the more help it will give to your natal star. At the same time, your aptitude will be better, and you will be able to walk further. Basically, every first senior brother of the 7 astral palaces has established a connection with a star of this type. Therefore, the astral palaces are all connected to a star of this type. Therefore, anyone with a bit of ambition and some confidence in reaching the rebirth realm will choose to advance first before comprehending. I see. Thank you, Senior Brother Yuqi. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. Don't thank me. We're in the same boat. I'll thank the heavens if you don't let the boat capsize. Now, I'll take you to see the Vice Palace Master. You formed the ancient star constitution at the Heavens Mandate Realm, and you've only started cultivating for 500 years. With such talent, even if the Vice Palace Master doesn't accept you as a disciple, he will introduce you to a suitable elder. Yuqi said indifferently. Ning Chi thought about it and smiled. Forget it. It's better to be alone. I just need to apply for the status of a core disciple. All right, this will reduce the chances of you being exposed. But you won't have a backer in the future. Sidhu Changkong is right. I can protect you for a while, but not forever. Yuchi, Jinny frowned. That's fine. Ning Chi smiled. Yuchi Jinny didn't try to persuade Ning Chi anymore. He took Ning Chi to go through the procedures to become a core disciple. With Yuchi Jinny's help and Ning Chi's cultivation at the peak of the fate state, Ning Chi quickly changed into a set of white robes and was given a mountain in the core courtyard. The monthly cultivation resources he could receive had increased by 30 times. No wonder the inner disciples would do everything they could to become a core disciple. Not to mention the fact that they would have their own mountain to cultivate on, the cultivation resources would be increased by 30 times. That's incredible. After becoming a core disciple, Ning Chi hurried to the main peak. He was now qualified to enter the Star Pavilion and could complete the advancement mission given by the system. However, it took Ning Chi more than 500 years to obtain the right to enter the Stellar Pavilion from the time the system assigned him the quest. This did not include the time he spent in the top-grade cultivation training grounds. Now, the quest details in his attribute panel had turned black. It must have been frozen because he had exceeded the time limit for the mission. But the system didn't notify him that the mission had failed. On the other side, several elders of the Radiant Star Palace received the news about Ning Chi's battle in the core courtyard.